Good morning. Today is December 29th, 2022. The time is now 9 a.m. I'm Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners, and I will call this meeting of the Board of Commissioners to order. And if you do have cell phones, if you could silence them at this time, please. And if you would join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Kelly, could we get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Day,
Present.
Commissioner Candace,
Here.
Commissioner Flower,
Present.
Attorney Clint Smith, and Clerk to the Board Kelly Camper present.
All right, and audience introductions. Let's start with you, Lisa.
Lisa Bivens, Finance and Human Resources.
James Gilbert. Bill.
Bill Christie, Office of Emergency Management.
Justine Beach, Custer County EMS.
James Phelps.
Tom Johnson Posse.
And we have Jordan Benson running the equipment today. Thank you, Jordan. Okay. Any amendments to the agenda?
I have none.
None here.
None here. We do have minutes from 7:29, 8:2, 8:3, 8:17, and 8:31.
I would move we approve the minutes as presented by clerk of the board.
I'll second it.
Okay.
I know she was very happy to turn them in.
All right, so I have a motion on the floor to approve the minutes from July 29th, August 2nd, August 3rd, August 17th, and August 31st. Any further discussion?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Miss Kelly. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Those in favor?
Aye.
Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, commissioner items, Commissioner Candace.
A lot of phone calls and a lot of Christmas. Nothing that I need to bring up.
All right. Commissioner Flower.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the only thing of noteworthy items to mention this morning is the fact, and I appreciate you signing the contract. We now have a fully executed contract with Colorado Department of Transportation for the sidewalk project out here in front of the county building. Long and the short of that is I wrote that grant to modal opportunity fund dollars for $250,000, got that approved. And the idea is we're going to take the slope off of this side, east side of the highway, and elevate the parking lane and then lower the sidewalk to basically match the block to the north of us so that we get away from that big sloped parking lane there. So very excited about that. I think the next steps now, I got a copy of the executed agreement today. So I think the next step now will be I'll meet with the CDOT contact person and we'll start. We've got to come up with a rough estimate of what that engineering and design is going to cost. And then we will move forward with writing an RFP. So move forward with that. That's all I have today, sir.
All right. That that did come to me last week, and so I did get that signed. I also attended the UACOG, the Upper Arkansas Area Council of Governments, yesterday or the day before. Yesterday is what it was, and part of that discussion takes us back to our vote to have the attainable housing move forward with their RFP. Part of what the UACOG is moving towards in Custer County is they have been working with, they've gotten with the school district, the sheriff's office, and a bunch of our local business entities. And they were moving forward with some self-help housing that we discussed at that meeting when we voted to have them proceed with that RFP. There seems to be some confusion between UACOG and attainable housing as to if those last 7 lots would be available to them for self-help housing, and I am trying to jog my memory as to how that conversation went that day. I know it was not part of the motion,
Right.
but
No, we haven't had any conversation about that.
so what I might like to do, if I could, I know they're moving forward with the RFP. If we could clarify that, part of the UACOG's situation would be if they can show that they do have lots available to them, that helps them greatly in their grant process as far as the self-help grants. They also have at this time, because they have been pursuing that, they have 2 applications already in the pipeline if those do become available for people to do those self-helps. That would not affect any of the original 12 lots. So I think I would like to set up something to where we could clarify exactly what that RFP should look like, that attainable housing is working on. Because they're still in process, they probably need direction on that as well so that we're not crossing lines here.
How many lots do you think we've committed to attainable housing board?
Sounded like.
My opinion is that it is all the 19 lots.
That's what I
Yeah, that's
thought.
what I thought,
Part of the,
which is a lot.
that being said, they are supposed to be working in conjunction with UACOG.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to reevaluating that. We weren't aware of the UACOG's need for lots of
And-
time we did that, so.
Well, they're not worth a lot unless you do something with them. And
Yeah,
we don't want to
and-
destroy the value of what we committed it to now either, so.
Yeah, and their main RFP, I know they're addressing the first 12 lots for sure, because they have been working with Silver Cliff, and I believe have their zoning issues figured out as long as they don't end up going over on their density.
Well, they need to present us with what they want to do.
So-
Options.
I would suggest that we could have a workshop with them fairly quickly to get that ironed out so that they don't get too far down the line in their RFP process before they know exactly what they should be doing.
Be up to them, it's their schedules. Have something, need to get after it.
Both
Propose
of
a
our,
time.
both of our schedules, I would say, because
But the monkey's on, my point is, have them propose when they can do that, because if they want to move the RFP, we don't know when that is.
yeah, well, they're working on it
I
now.
know.
With the Chaffa people that they have. So I'll reach out to Charles if that's agreeable with you guys and try to get something set up there.
Good deal.
You good with that?
Yes,
All right. That would be all that I have. Attorney Smith.
Well, I worked with Sheriff Hill on that intergovernmental agreement that's on the agenda today, IGA with Fremont County for providing detention services for Custer County inmates and detainees. I would like to take credit for doing something on that, but I see That's Brenda Jackson. She's the county attorney in Fremont County, and that's very similar to the one she prepared a few years ago when we entered into an IGA with Fremont County for dispatch services. She does a really good job, so I didn't really have any changes or anything to
Good.
suggest there, so anyway, you've got that. I did prepare the resolution that would go along with that to close our jail once the agreement is finalized and executed. And I guess the only other thing, I've been working with Dorothy in planning and zoning as usual. She is discovering so many possible violations just by looking at the properties that are being advertised for sale up here. The number of bedrooms that are being listed far exceed what the septic system was, what the permit was for these septics. So she's trying to get that sorted out, and I have discovered that the best way to get the attention of the realtors is if I file a, excuse me, a notice of list pendants, which is a legal document I record with Kelly's office saying that there's possible litigation regarding this property. And that would really, stop any sale in its tracks until it's taken care of. And we've already gotten two taken care of very quickly that way, and I've released those list pendants from the property. And there's one I'm working on her with. It's being a little more recalcitrant. We may have to go to the next step with this gentleman, but boy, she has a lot, as far as enforcement to deal with.
She's on the agenda today.
I saw that, and I talked, well, we'll talk about that when it comes up, but dedicated Fridays. I thought Friday was dedicated to a day off, but that's, anyway, well,
She can go to an 8-hour, 5-day a week if she
I
wants.
haven't, yeah. Anyway, that's all I have to report for today.
Thanks, sir. I'm gonna ask Jordan if you have anything under administrative assistant, but I'm gonna assume no. All righty.
Anything is IT or is media? Are you happy? New year? Okay.
All right, that brings us up to public comment. So if anyone has anything they'd like to comment on at this time, it's not on the agenda, feel free. James.
Yeah, okay, I have a request, I guess. I realize that we've been in the valley now for about 7 years, and over that time, many interesting things have taken place. Recent reporting, I guess, brought some of them to a head and made me start thinking harder than I had been, and decided I'd come up with a request here. The county's very small. Governing the county is a tough job for you guys, but also it is fairly narrow in scope. In the sense of its county government for a small county. A lot of, in my mind, irrelevant political issues have entered into the business of the county and gotten us into situations we shouldn't have gotten into or potentially will get into. And they've been reported in the paper, and I don't need to list them all here, although if you'd like to hear them, I can. But since y'all either have or will swear an oath to of your office on the 10th, it occurs to me that perhaps I could request that when you take your oath that you abide by it. Because in my mind, there are several examples of where that has not been done. And it would have made for a lot less brouhaha if it had been done. So my request is when you take your oaths, remember them and abide by them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else?
Nobody online.
I can see a hand raised. There's some. Okay. Any unfinished business,
Yes, sir.
None here.
new business? First thing up would be the accounts payable and our out of cycle checks. You are up.
Good morning.
Good morning. Very good. How are you?
Imagine you're here, huh?
Yeah. Good morning. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Well, what are you surprised about on this?
That's a loaded question. No, I'm just kidding.
You're happy.
Yeah, there were a few, there were a few things that we've noticed that have been remedied since that's been printed off.
Okay.
And I'll quickly go over them. So on page 23,
Before we begin,
yes, sir.
May, ma'am, what do you want to start with?
We're gonna be doing the AP first.
And I would move we accept the AP.
I'll
as
second.
presented.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to accept the AP report, and we'll move into discussion, and you may now point out what you have,
Yeah, just a
have
few
done.
little notes.
okay.
So on page 23, you'll notice there's 2 payments for 20114. And what had happened was I manually pulled the bills off of the website to pay those so we don't get a late fee. But meanwhile, they actually got a bill out to landfill at the same time. So both of those were entered. I had deleted the one, so that never
You
went.
entered the other, correct, Matt?
Right. So we only paid that once. And then,
And then the new landfill bill.
right,
whatever it is.
right, exactly. And then, Tom had mentioned on page 29 that there were 3 NORA propane bills in a row. And so I looked into those, and the bill that was attached to that entry was from the sheriff's department, and those actually are all itemized bills that were on their statement. So those are legit bills as well. And then the last thing was on page 64, there is a payment made to Michelle. Right up on the top, I want to say it might be on the very tip top, right up here. There you go.
Mhm.
As you'll see, this was for accrual bookkeeping, but they had billed it, DHS had put it through Medicaid. That has been changed as well, and that's been through professional services.
So it's not on here.
No. And that's a great report, but that report's just a preliminary of all the invoices that have been entered from all the departments before the checks have been ran. So that gives me a time to go through it and find them. But in this case, a few days beforehand, you guys are kind of getting the first draft of that report. So once those checks go through, I can't run that report again. That's the problem. So, but anyways, those are the 3 things that I noticed, and they've been all remedied.
I may.
Yes,
You bring up a good point that I guess I never gave thought to, that this report is a reflection of data entry made by other departments,
Yes,
correct?
yes,
You
yes.
did not generate this report. You generated the report, but you did not enter all this data.
Right.
Which I kind of need to keep that in the back of my
Yes,
mind. too,
yes.
Because really, those specific questions could go back to the departments.
They can, and again, like we've talked about before, it's easier for me to answer all of those questions before, like today. So what happens is they'll enter all of those invoices, and then they come flooding into my computer, and I can look at them all. And then they
Can you
all,
go back then if there's a.
yes, and they all have the documentation attached to those invoices that have been submitted. So then I can find out what exactly are we looking at, because a lot of times people will put, for the check description, it would just be like supplies. That really doesn't tell us anything until you look at
Computer in
it.
a car.
Exactly. So you can go back and look at the actual bill that's
Right.
attached to that invoice, and then we can get a comprehensive look of what it is.
So Can you give us a corrected bottom line total? Do you have that?
I do not,
Okay.
I can get it to you today.
I was gonna give Kelly that figure, and then I just realized with the corrections you made not reflected here, this figure is
True.
not accurate.
True,
So,
true. I'll go back, when I go back, I'll run a different report with the new total and the corrected.
And can
Account
I make that
numbers.
report?
Yes.
Do you want to
Yes,
modify the
absolutely.
motion to be accepted as
As,
amended?
yeah, as presented from Lisa, not this
That's right,
document.
as amended after.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say, yeah, it's good, and I think it worked pretty good this time where we had inadequate time to. I know we talked over
Yeah, it's
some
rough
things
with these.
yesterday. I think
works.
you've gotten with Tom where he had some questions, so
Did-
that way we can address them beforehand
Right.
and
Yeah, I think it worked out great.
Yeah, I love it. It's a lot easier.
Had fun in time.
Yes,
And I'll
System's
get
getting
the-
used to it, huh?
right, exactly.
I'll get the correct amount so that that can be in the motion, like we usually put it down there.
Yeah. Thank you.
any further discussion? Okay. Not seeing anything elsewhere either, so those in favor of approving the accounts payable as presented by Lisa with the bottom line to be given to Kelly, signify by saying aye.
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 I don't need another copy.
Oh, okay.
If you just want to get Kelly, as far as I'm concerned, we get Kelly that correct.
Perfect.
I'm good with those corrections.
Sounds good.
Out of cycle. I would make a motion to approve the out of cycle checks for the month of December.
Oh, I'll second. Is it December? It is.
Mhm.
Only one page.
I know, it's a miracle. It's a Christmas miracle.
And if we had questions, well, sorry,
No discussion.
if we had questions, let's say, for example, on this visa. Of those amounts and what they were for, because it doesn't tell us anything about that.
Right,
We ask you that, or how do we know what department? is
you
that
can
in?
ask me that and I can go back and look at the actual statements and the itemizations. Of what's reflected on there.
15,697.78. If you care about the
15,006,
97,
78.
if you care.
I always care.
If you give me that deer in the headlight look, or. Oh, you talking to me?
Okay, any further discussion? Those in favor of approving the out of cycle checks for the month of December in the amount of 15,697.78. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay,
Excellent.
thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a great day.
Appreciate it. Good to see you.
Great to see you as well.
Good job.
Thank you.
Next item up would be the consideration of partnering with the towns of West Cliff and Silver Cliff to provide reusable bags to the residents of Custer County. And I see that Kathy is here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Welcome. I'm fine, thank you.
Good morning.
Kathy.
Okay, thank you for listening to me. Eileen couldn't make it. The state, as you know, has decided that the two towns or municipalities that have large stores have to administrate this bag fee. In West Cliff, we have 4 stores, Lowe's, hardware store, JR's, and Napa, that are required to collect and then remit to the town 60% of the 10 cents. Part of our charge is to administrate it, enforce it, and educate. Anything with recycle. So we would like to purchase 8,000 bags, which is $8,000, and distribute them countywide. 2 per household. That's our plan. We don't know how that's gonna work, how we're gonna do it. So we're asking if you guys will partner with that, split it 3 ways. Even though you do not get any revenue, we realize that, but it does keep the plastic out of the landfill as much as we can.
I think in our conversation, when you called me to get this on, which I didn't hear this morning, but is there's a 10-cent charge for the bags starting January 1
Correct,
that the stores collect
correct.
for any plastic bags used
And paper,
and paper.
Right.
And then the stores keep 4 cents of that and the towns receive 6 cents
correct.
of that 10-cent charge. And that's where the administration, the education and
Enforcement, yeah.
enforcement come in. And that's where you're planning on spending some of that money is for
Right.
these bags.
But we won't buy the bags until we know how much we can actually do. I know JR's had about 28 cases of bags left. They're not sure if they're gonna buy any more, if they're just gonna discontinue. So we've asked them to remit quarterly this year. They don't have to remit until 2024. So we're sort of being cautious on how much we're spending. And getting them out. And we don't think it's a good idea just to give them to households in the 2 towns. That's not fair to the county. And it is a community-wide concern.
Tom, are we recycling plastic?
No,
I don't think so.
And we are also sending out postcards countywide that we're not asking you to share cost on that. To every household. Letting them know, people know where this is coming from and how. That they have to do it.
The high enforcement.
The stores have to have it on their receipts, proof, and we have a remittance form that they have to send us what we've created. That's the only way to enforce it. You can't ask them for,
So the stores can get fined if they don't.
yes, and I know Town of Westcliff did adopt an ordinance adopting what state statute is. We haven't done anything stricter. So we can fine them.
What is it?
Is it $500?
it's 500 the first one, 1,500
Yeah.
for the second.
And we're hoping we don't have to do
The
that.
store.
So plastic, if they can only do that through the end of 2023, then it has to go away unless they still have some in stock.
They're using brown paper sacks too.
Yes, they can. Or they can opt
The
out.
old days.
They can opt out not to do any bags at all, period.
They go
And-
away totally after 23.
The plastic does, unless they have them in stock still. In inventory.
So how much money are we talking? From us?
26,
If,
66.
yeah, if we do the 8,000 bags. So I'd like, if we do 5,000 bags, that you just split that with us and we'll,
Do you want to make it a generic third? Is that what you want?
if possible.
So up to the 8,000 bags,
Yep, no more than that.
that's your ask.
So another question from me. How are you gonna distribute the bags?
We're trying to figure the best way to do that. We thought we would do it out of the 2 town halls and people will have to bring some kind of a utility bill in with their physical address on it. So we're making sure that they're staying in the county. I don't know where else.
Why wouldn't the stores give them out?
Because then you're gonna get tourists or whatever, and we're trying to keep them countywide. And part of this is also to get to people that can't afford to buy the bags, the reusable bags. So, if we have a certain period that we try to get these out to town halls and we have some left, we're gonna probably end up getting them to Karen Share to hand out. And we still trying to figure that part of it out.
So if a county resident doesn't go to county, they're gonna have to go pick up bags too.
Yeah.
Really? Right.
And we could even do it here if you have somebody that's willing to help. And we were gonna put a document in the Google Drive to share that the address has to be put in the name, so we can keep track.
Let me ask another quick one. Then if a guy that doesn't have a computer and is holed up with it off the grid, comes to the grocery store, does he get a paper bag or does he get fined?
He won't get fined. If he doesn't have
Maybe
his,
charged for the bag.
right, he'll get charged for the bag if he takes the bag,
How much?
10 cents a bag, for the plastic or paper. But we won't
Not
have,
for the plastic.
pardon me?
I thought it was the new bag.
No, we're not gonna charge for the reusable bags. We want to give those away.
If he get it, so he could be getting directions to go to town hall, get
Correct.
a bag.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, 2 bags.
If you buy one from the store or anywhere, I think if you use Canyon Walmart, because I heard that they're 75 cents a bag,
Right.
anywhere up to like $2.50, $3 a bag, depending on what you buy, but their generic Walmart sack is 75 cents.
Yeah.
So,
So what fund would we take this out of?
Community outreach.
I would say that that would be a good place for it to
And
come.
that limit would be up to a third of. whatever.
8,000, yeah. And so the bags we're buying, they're just plain, they're big bags and they're black. There's nothing on them. It's just very generic to keep the cost down. So on the cards that we do mail out, we can also put on there with instructions to where to come to get the bags.
I would say, and this might be for discussion afterwards, but we're kind of on that, if you were needing a spot on the other side of the mountain, the community center would probably be a good spot, and I'm sure someone down there would be available to administer that if you so
That'd be-
desired.
That'd be great to try to get them out countywide, so people don't have to come up here. Yeah. Is there anybody in San Isabel we can reach out to? A store over there or anything?
It opened up the lodge.
Yeah, I would say you might reach out to, I'm trying to remember.
Dave.
Honestly, Vince would have that guy's name because he was the one that was plowing over there forcibly.
Okay,
Kelly, you remember the guy who owns San Isabel Lodge, Dave?
Didn't.
We
We just gave him a license.
Yeah, it's not Dave. What do you think about? Do you need it?
yeah, could you get me the information, please?
Yeah.
If we can reach out to them and
Well,
try to get some in that area.
Oh, that too.
While you're doing that, I would move that the county partner with the towns of West Cliff and Silver Cliff for purchasing reusable shopping bags for distribution countywide to the residents up to we'll take a third of that cost up to 8,000 bags.
$2,666.
That
Be
will
the
be
max.
part of my motion.
I'll say,
Okay, so I do have that motion on the floor. Do we have any other discussion on this? Nothing here,
Well, did you say out of?
out of community outreach.
I don't know.
For
Listen
2023.
here first.
Correct. Yeah.
Yes, because you're not gonna be ordering before the first of the year.
No, it'll probably be towards the end of the first quarter.
You'll invoice us if this motion passes.
Yes. When time comes. Because we also have to make sure we've got the revenue coming in to cover what we need to cover.
Anything else at the table?
Not right now.
Mr. Gilbert?
Yeah, comment and a suggestion maybe, I guess. The comment is distributing the bags is a good way to do it, as opposed to just sending to everybody, because there's a lot of people like myself who already have their own bags and don't need to tap the resource. The second thing is, and I don't know if it's too difficult to do, but they're gonna be playing now. Is it possible to find a benevolent source of some graphics where we can turn them into a advertising vehicle for the towns/county? Because I don't know if Redstone Graphics does it, but if they do silk screens on bags and wanted to get their name on these bags, they could put like West Cliff, Silver Cliff, Custer County on the bag for maybe cheap is the idea, like free maybe even. So that was just something to look at. I think it's a great idea to get some advertising going. But people will take them down the wall.
Something for you guys.
We purposely decided not to do that to keep the cost down and make it very simple and generic.
Okay,
Could be considered sometime.
did you have something, Tom?
Something came up. I'd wait till we finish this out.
Okay. Adrian?
So could a business or agency advertise on your bags
No,
and reduce your costs?
no, because then it becomes a nightmare. Everybody wants on there, they're never gonna get them out. So And we thought about that as well. Yeah. Because we're tasked to use that money specifically for recycling and that's part of it.
No. Jordan, top drawer of the filing cabinet.
We
right
thought
in front.
about a lot of different things,
Are all these.
but thank you for the suggestion.
Okay, any other comment? Not seeing anything online. Those in favor of partnering with, those would all go to Clint.
You got trash today too, right?
Yes.
He gets more.
Yeah, all those bids could go to him.
Get a letter of trash.
Not to throw in. So all those in favor of partnering with the towns of Westcliff and Silver Cliff to purchase reusable shopping bags for the residents of Custer County up to the sum of 2666 signified by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Make sure Paul sends a thank you.
And community outreach.
Out of community
Be
outreach.
back.
He's back.
And motion carries.
We will send it. for you.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We appreciate the partnership. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Patty.
Have a
Say
good
hi
day.
for me.
I will. Thanks. Have a good day.
Well, Byron's not at the shop anymore. That drink's for you.
Thanks.
Okay. Next item up would be the consideration of the propane bids, and I believe Jordan just gave those to you, Clint.
Yeah, I'm just. I only see one here. I've got a couple of trash bids, those are separate. But I just have one here from Norup Gas. Opening it. This bid dated December 13, 2022, addressed to the Custer County Board of County Commissioners. Attention, propane bid. North Gas would like to offer a bid of $1.85 per gallon fixed for the upcoming January 2023 to September 2023 delivery season. Non-contract invoices for propane purchase are available for review upon request. As a reminder, in the case of an emergency, our response time would generally be within an hour or less, as our office is local and all employees live locally. List the office hours and their holidays and location of their storage tank just 2 miles away. It's signed Jim Upton, owner, Norup Gas Incorporated, and they enclosed a copy of their business and sales tax license with Silver Cliff. And here it says per Kathy Rice. This is an attached sticky note. Per Kathy Rice license not needed for the town of Westcliff. So there is a business and sales tax license for the town of Silver Cliff attached. Any questions on this? It's the only bid that was given to me now.
Okay,
Well, for discussion, I move we accept the bid from North as Clint read.
second. Move into discussion. Did you have some?
Well, I think it's pretty good. They're gambling, given the economy in $1.85.
Mr. Canada, could your motion include the price? specifically for the
$1.85.
Record.
That was, as Clint read, it was $1.85
but
fixed
For
for the year.
wouldn't necessarily show up in the minutes.
$1.85 per gallon is what it said.
Fixed from January through September.
Yes.
And I know we had a discussion about the timing of this, so then in September. From October 1 to December 31st. This contract would not be in place. So potentially they could raise the price to whatever they wanted.
Well, we have to rebid.
That's when
That's why we
they,
did it.
It's
because they were gonna go on that cycle.
per our
If we do
discussion
it
before,
September.
then September would be the time then that we would look at our propane, because that's when they actually figure their prices for the coming year
Right.
for their pre-buy.
That's what we had discussed. And then we'd have to put it out for everybody to bid on, and we would
Instead of
get
doing
it
it
before 1
in
October.
December, we need to do it in September.
Right,
That is correct.
that's right.
Any further discussion?
I was surprised we didn't get more bids, but I think we did our due diligence. I put it in the paper, so.
Okay, anything from the room? I'm seeing nothing online. Those in favor of the motion then to accept the bid for propane service in for $1.85 for the term of January through September 2023 from Norup Gas, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay. The next item up would be consideration of trash service bids.
And I was given 2 bids, one from Oak Disposal Services and one from P-Bar-O Disposal. I will open the Oak Disposal bid first. Found my pocket knife, Jordan, even that is a letter open.
Was it in your pocket?
Where it was.
All right.
Okay, so Oak Disposal Services this is dated December 8th, 2022. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for considering Oak Disposal Services again for your 2023 disposal needs. There is a slight increase in the bid this year because it looks like back in February of 2022, per Commissioner Day, we changed the dumpster from a 2-yard to a 4-yard. I did not charge the cost difference between the 2 sizes in 2022. To bring the cost down a little further for 2023, I am offering a 20% discount for paying for the full year in advance instead of the 15% that was offered last year. As stated in the bid, Oak Disposal does not service the Wetmore area since there are already 3 other providers that service that area. We look forward to the new year and hope we remain your disposal service provider. This is signed Valerie Van Dusen, Director of Operations. And the 2023 trash removal bid, 4-yard dumpster at the courthouse, dumped once a week, $100 a month. An extra pickup would be $25. Next is a 3-yard dumpster at the sheriff's department, dumped once a week, $75 a month. And any extra pickup would be $25 per dump. The next one is 2-yard dumpster at the road and bridge department, dumped once a week, $50 a month. And any extra pickup would be $25 per dump. And then it just repeats, Oak Disposal does not service the Wetmore area. Pay for 1 year at a time and save an additional 20%. So these numbers, the $100 per month for the courthouse, the $75 per month for the sheriff, and the $50 per month for road and bridge. Monthly would be, excuse me, $225 a month or $2,700 per year. If you opt for the 20% discount, it would be $2,700 a year. Minus 20% would be $2,160 per year. And this is signed Valerie Van Dusen, Director of Operations.
Got it. Thanks.
Evan, can I remind you of something on that 4-yard dumpster out here? That you may remember. We asked for a 3-yard. But they didn't have a 3-yard, so she said, I'll bring a 4-yard until I get a 3-yard.
That I did not remember, but I do, now that you bring it up, I do.
Yes.
So we could reach out for a 3-yard, because
It's,
now-
it's too big.
Hey, Jordan.
The 2-yard's too small, but the 3-yard or the 4-yard's too big.
Also, if you keep cardboard on everything. So you think a 3-yard is adequate out there?
I would assume that gets you in trouble, but I would think if we reach back out to them for the 3-yard, that price would then go to the 75, the same as the sheriff's office.
Sure.
Yeah, they're just.
You need a 4-yard?
rates on it. Yeah, total what we want.
Yeah,
4-yard work better or 3-yard
The
really?
3-yard, 4-yard's too big.
the 2-yard was
So you
too
might as well
small,
take the $25.
yeah. So,
Good.
Now I'm opening the bid from T-Bar Disposal, which on the back, there's a note from Jennifer, the administrative assistant. December 8th, 2022. This bid is dated, as the date of January 1, 2023. T-Bar Disposal bids to Custer County the following for 2023. 4-yard dumpster service weekly. These are $119.70 per month for the courthouse. A 2-yard dumpster serviced weekly for road and bridge, $67.50 per month.
One more time, sir, I'm sorry.
$67.50 per month. That's 2-yard dumpster for road and bridge. Next is a 3-yard dumpster serviced weekly for the sheriff's office, $93.60 per month. And then it talks about the Wetmore shop. Do they do anything at the Wetmore shop?
they do go to Wetmore, I know we borrow services from out of the family.
Okay, because a 2-yard dumpster serviced every other week at the Wetmore shop would be $76.50 per month. And this is signed Kevin Patterson and Leonard Olm.
76 what?
$76.50 per month for the Wetmore shop, 2-yard dumpster every other week.
How do they think for it?
Imagine Road and Bridge is taking it right out of their budget to do Wetmore. There for years, we didn't even have one.
Right.
In our credit.
This would be something different.
Yes, because both companies do not service. Do they do any totals, yearly totals or no?
No, they did not. Don't ask me to do the math on this for you.
I won't do
I've done
that.
my.
I did it as you were.
Okay,
reading them off. I was in a motion.
Even though it's no money, I would need that we should have PBR, P-bar or trash. And just find out about practical service.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? Motion on the floor to accept the trash service bid from PBRO, which is inclusive of what more? Yeah, the road and bridge. Discussion. Hearing none here, do you have anything to? Anything on, I'm not seeing any hands there. Okay, so those in favor of accepting the trash service bid for PBRO, which includes service to Wetmore, signify by saying aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye. Yep.
You bet.
They do a very job. You didn't cut yourself.
Yeah, I didn't cut myself and was able to see through my bent glasses. And bent it back.
Okay. Next item up would be the consideration of the street tax grants. With a signature requested. We have
You guys need a copy of that.
No, we got. Welcome. Yeah, and for.
We're not on.
Yeah. Oh, you are. So always has been.
Oh,
we were.
Yes.
Oh, why not? That cold hands, the cold man.
We already had that discussion. You were talking with. Are you gonna be talking about the radios first or the?
Either one, doesn't matter to me, whatever is easier for you guys.
Which one did we have first?
Radios.
Radios.
Let's go to radios.
Okay, so we are submitting a grant application to RETAC for 5 radios. We're employing more people in the county, so for these people to take their radios home, we like to have them. So we only have 5 right now, so we're gonna get 5 more. So the RETAC grant, RETAC gives Custer County usually $15,000 a year, but this year they bumped it up to 20,000. And search and rescue used 4,800, I believe. And fire didn't want to use it for anything, so we're gonna use it.
Good idea.
So the radios will be 8,400, 8,250
Total
total, yes,
for 5 radios.
for 5 radios, yeah.
And that's the amount of the grant.
For that one, yeah, that part of it. And then I have another grant that I wrote.
So that's a match. So
Nope, they're gonna, the 8,250 is, that's
thought you
what the
said-
radios cost us. I have another
So-
grant application for auto loaders.
Is
We
this
did
a
2.
reimbursable grant? You spend the money
Yep.
first and then.
Mhm, they reimburse us, yep.
And you're wanting us basically to be the fiscal agent for this.
Yeah, at the last page, it says we need a county
Right.
agency to
Not
sign.
costing the county any money.
Nope, nothing. We just need you guys to approve it.
all right, I'll move that we accept the, how do you want to say this is,
Sign the grant.
I guess we'll sign the.
Perfect.
We will sign the grant application for this.
Second.
You have a motion on the floor to sign the grant application for a street tax grant in the amount of $8,250 for the purchase of 5 radios.
That'd be as a fiscal.
I will.
agent.
Missing a word in that.
On the radio, yes, I fixed that today. You want to sign the one that I fixed? Would you like to sign the one that I fixed?
Did you call for a vote?
I have the motion on the floor. Any further discussion? I was getting there, but you were already discussing. I had discussion coming in both ears. I couldn't hear either one of you.
My apologies.
So discussion on this.
None here. I'm
All
good.
right, anything from the room? Nothing from online. So hearing none, seeing none, those in favor of signing the grant application for the 5 radios in the sum of $8,250. And acting as a fiscal agent signified by saying aye.
I,
Aye.
Same grant, we're just requesting the leftover amount, the 6,950 from the RETAC, and that's gonna go towards our auto loaders. So right now we have cots that you have to actually lift up and then the wheels will lift. But it usually takes about 2 people to lift them up and put it in. So these auto loaders, arms come out, they attach to the cot, and then the legs just lift up. There's no lifting or anything, and then you just push the cot in. So it's gonna save our backs and it's a lot safer for our patients.
Just still have to push them across the gravel. I
Yeah.
guess you don't have gravel in Wetmore anymore.
Yeah. Still
How
have
many?
nothing for gravel. We're getting all 3 trucks fitted with these. Hopefully in the next week.
I would move we approve the grant application to Southern Colorado RETAC for the auto loaders. As presented.
I'll second it.
So I do have a motion on the floor to approve the grant application. To RETAC for the amount of $6,950 for auto loaders.
You can add that.
All right. Any further discussion? Anything from the room? You're not online either. Those in favor of said motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I have
Good
a
luck
copy
with
too.
your
if you want
grant.
yesterday.
And Kelly, you need a copy of these as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I wished I owned a company that manufactured auto loaders that had their name plastered all over them on every hospital show on
Right,
TV.
exactly, yeah.
Down the hall.
Worldwide, yep. Right company. Yeah, definitely. They're a good company. They're easy to work with.
Good,
They're great.
good. Shouldn't have any trouble with these grants from RETAC.
No, I've been talking to Brandon Chambers and he seems to think we'll be okay, so,
Good.
yeah.
Second, I write slow here.
You could do like Baxter Black, who now has passed away from cancer. I watched him sign many of cowboy poetry books, left-handed, upside down, backwards. First time I saw it, I couldn't believe it.
So how do you want
Do you want me to go make a copy at EMS and bring it over to you or?
Well, you can do that, or just
Just
stop
ask.
in Virginia's
Okay.
office and ask them if they'll make you a copy, and then you
Okay.
can just throw it on my desk.
Stick it on your desk. Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, your hand's still the same, so.
Yep,
Let me
always
see.
cool.
I'll warm it up.
Thank you. Thank you guys so
Come in,
much.
You're welcome. Or if I may,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, before we move on, I meant to do this during commissioner reports. I'd like permission to invite the DOLA rep, Randy Sneed, to our January 11th workshop, which is to discuss county administrator. Spoke with her at CCI. And she would certainly be interested in coming down. I had a chance to introduce her to Commissioner Cantor real quick during one of the sessions. I meant to ask earlier, any issues with that?
I believe you said they might have
Yes, that's what she wants to talk about.
for that.
Mhm.
I think that would be prudent. Any objections over here? No.
I told her I would let her know and just totally spaced it.
If you would reach out then and
Yeah.
invite her to
Okay,
that,
yeah.
that would be great.
Thank you. Sorry if I got to do that.
Not a problem. Next item is consideration of transfer of funds from the surcharge fund to the county general fund.
And this is, so I usually do this once a year. This is money. Every time somebody records a document in my office, we collect a $3 surcharge. $1 of that stays with the county, and then it goes in the surcharge fund, and then I can use that to help pay for my online recording stuff. And so I'm just asking for a transfer of 55,559 from the surcharge fund to county general.
Say that number.
5,559.
I move that we transfer $5,559 from the surcharge fund to the county general fund.
I'll second. Well, go ahead.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor.
So I had a quick question.
So discussion on that.
So does Braden have to get involved with some resolution to plus and minus this?
No,
I don't think so.
and he's got a copy of this already,
Okay,
and I'll
so-
give him a signed
So
copy.
he'll,
And so, yeah, and I don't. Some of those things need that other resolution, but some of them don't, and this is one that doesn't. He understands.
he
I
understands.
don't know.
It's okay.
As long as he understands.
Kelly's doing it because Braden says she has to do it. Any further discussion on that?
Nope.
Nothing from the room, nothing from online. Those in favor of transferring $5,559 from the surcharge fund to the county general fund signify by saying aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
And well, I was gonna say we probably ought to holler at Dorothy, but I see that she's out in the hall.
She's
So
right there. With backup.
Oh, you still holler at her.
next item would be consideration of allowing the planning and zoning to dedicate Fridays.
And you're in your plaid today. Your winter woolies.
It's cold this morning. A little bit of snow. I am asking to see if we can, Delana and myself, do the compliance officer position ourselves on every Friday. So let me kind of back up and explain where I'm coming from. Currently, I spend at least 10 hours of my own time working on compliance. Compliance and sanitarian issues. We have budgeted for 2023 to add a part-time compliance officer, which I'm not sure that I'm ready to add that position to my department. I have the need. I have a few concerns about adding a position. I know that he looked at it as part-time when the proposal was made for my budget, which I agree with.
Who do?
Braden. It was put in at $25 an hour, which is to me quite a bit. And I know that I can use that money, I guess, from talking to him in detail. However, it needs to be spread out throughout the year. I guess I'm not ready to, I feel like I have a really good team right now, and I don't want to disturb that. I'm currently giving the county 10 hours of my time. I would like to make every Friday where we can come in, lock the door, work on compliance issues, Delana and myself, focus on just that. And I'll tell you what will fall into that, and it already does, is sanitarian issues as well. So, and I'll get into that a little bit.
So how are you paying for that?
Well, I talked to Braden and he said we could do it kind of like, it's kind of like a contractor wage, so it would be separate from what our normal wage.
It's in your
would be.
budget already.
It's in the budget already. I would just, instead of hiring somebody, I would like it to be Delana and I. We're both willing to give up our Friday to come in, lock the door, or go out in the
You
field.
get paid 25 an hour.
Yeah, whatever's
Whatever is
budgeted. And
budgeted.
honestly, it doesn't even have to be that much.
Just
Just,
making sure we're talking. the same.
yes,
Okay.
yep.
So it would be. Since we're kind of on that side, so it would be up to the budgeted amount that was in your,
Correct,
so that amount or less
correct.
throughout the year, depending on the amount of hours you spent.
Yep. I'm really comfortable with our working relationship. And I'm not ready to add somebody to that position, into my department. I'm just really. I want to make sure if I do add somebody, that's the right mix. To kind of give you an idea why I said that some of the sanitarian issues fall into that compliance. Yesterday, we went out and did a ride through some of the county and we identified 11 outhouses being utilized, outhouses / chemical toilets with people living in an accessory building, RVs, whatever. They're not connected to a septic. They're utilizing either an old-fashioned outhouse or a chemical toilet.
Neither one of which are allowed.
Right.
Chemical toilet is only for a short time,
It is for construction purposes. Yeah. But
but not to be living.
correct. And it was not situations where there was construction in the process.
Right.
So we have a lot of issues. And like I said, the compliance officer would be falling into the sanitarian position as well. It definitely has to be hand in hand. The other reason why I would like it to be Friday with her and I think in a lot of cases, we're going to need to have 2 people. When we do have the Board of Health meeting again, I think I'll elaborate on that a little bit more and what needs to take place going forward over the next probably 6 to 8 months and probably maybe even longer. But in a lot of cases, I would feel a lot more comfortable with it being 2 people going out there than just one. And I do know from talking to the sheriff's office, they have Wednesday where they have enough staff to assist me if I need that. Every other day, I'm going to be taking the one officer, one deputy that they have on staff to accompany me. Where in a lot of cases, I think it could just be if there's 2 people, it would be fine.
Are you still traveling some with Kristen during the week?
Yes.
So.
That does not
helps.
change.
Yeah.
That does not change that.
Normal inspection stuff, man.
And a lot of times that's where I find a lot of the issues is when Kristen and I are out doing other things and it's like, oh, wow, look at that, or look at this. Let me give you an example of one of the things that we identified yesterday, which I guess this is probably one of the worst.
And you talked to Braden about utilizing this money.
I did. Yeah, he was fine with that, but he thought I needed to bring it to you guys to get approval.
Well, it's you're managing your budget. That's good.
Okay.
Yeah, this looks pretty good, doesn't it?
And that's just one.
Yeah, I'm not super comfortable with you guys giving up your day off, even though I realize that it's by your choice.
I'm doing it now though,
Rather do it and get paid for it. I understand that.
because I can't do it all during the week.
Yeah.
Well, and for discussion, I move we accept her proposal. As she presented it. And up to use the money that's been allocated for compliance officer, up to $25 an hour. Variable on a Friday with you and splitting that with
Delana.
Delaney.
Mhm.
And Delena's sitting on it. She's obviously on board with this
Yes.
as well, so.
I thought she was handcuffed to the chair to be
No,
here.
there were, all these chairs are taken.
I figured she was sitting out there because her heater's still out for repair.
Yeah, she's
Coming over here to thaw out.
I'll second the motion.
Oh, thank you, sir. I got
No
off track.
problem.
All right, so I do have a motion on the floor to allow the planning and zoning staff to come in on Fridays for compliance issues, utilizing the funds from the already approved part-time position for next year, not to exceed the funds that were allocated in the budget for that. Is that?
Yep.
Okay, wanted to make sure I was
Nope. Yeah.
restated your motion appropriately.
And just from a discussion point of view, that's a good use of your money. You're managing it, and normally you wouldn't have to be asking for it, but I think, Braden, I appreciate it because you are doing something. You're gonna be unlocking the door, you're gonna be in here, and people are gonna wonder what the heck's going on. It may be an issue because they're gonna be knocking on the door because you're gonna see a car out there.
So I
Friday.
would recommend.
Yeah.
I do, when I'm in here on Fridays, once in a while, I'll get someone knocking on the
Sure,
door, trying to get in to do business somewhere.
I'm cleaning the computer.
I just remind them that we're off and on Fridays.
Yeah, and I appreciate you coming back into, I mean, the money was there, but this is a different allocation of that money than what we did during the budget, so. Anything from you, sir?
No.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to allow planning and zoning to dedicate Fridays to the compliance issues and utilizing the money in the budget that was put forth for a part-time employee, not to exceed the funds that were allocated in the budget. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this falls in the category of a stupid request from the county attorney, but if I go along with them, can I bill the county?
Nice to see you today.
You're more than
Nice try,
welcome
but you're-
anytime.
I believe you could bill us all you wanted.
You can bill her.
Take the
You
next
just go
one.
bill her.
Put it up on.
We don't want to see it.
You need to see me when I'm done today.
I'm gonna update you on a couple things.
All right.
It's not a must.
Okay.
Hello.
Next item is discussion or consideration of retirement party for Art Nordyke, and you're bringing that to us.
I am.
All right.
So I just wanted to suggest that we, or you guys, host a retirement party for Art Nordyke. It'll be 36 years that he's been acting coroner for Custer County. And I just felt that maybe, we should host a going away party for him. If you guys want to host it, Dorothy and I will do the legwork for you. I talked to the courtroom about dates that were available. They said we could do it on a Monday in January. I figured Monday, the 9th, that in the afternoon would be a good time. Because they're doing the swearing in on the 10th. So if we could do it on the 9th, we could, and we have a lot of the paper products left over from the Christmas party, so we wouldn't have to purchase any of that stuff. It would just be
You
like.
guys
a cake.
proved you're pretty good caterers.
Right.
You better be careful. You're gonna be doing all the parties.
Did you have a time in mind?
You charge for
Well, I
that.
was thinking maybe 1:30. That way we wouldn't have to have like lunch food. We could just do like a retirement cake and something to drink.
I don't think we need to vote on this. Can we just agree that that's a good thing to do? Doesn't matter either way, I suppose.
You're gonna spend some money on it, huh?
Well, for a cake, if that's what you guys want to do, or cupcakes, or, we can get a cake that says, happy retirement, or something, whatever. And
Rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace. Retire in peace.
All right.
retire.
Yeah,
Make sure that we get Barb here.
normally I would think not, but since we're gonna allocate authorize some spending of dollars, I think a motion probably would be.
Use our commissioners.
And would you like to make said
I
motion?
would, sir, I would do authorize these young ladies to put together a retirement party for the coroner on January the 9th at 1:30. And authorize a budget of $150
Second.
out of community outreach.
Second. So discussion on that, I guess, the first thing I would say, I remember 30 some years ago working with Art. So probably early on in his career back, on a couple of cases that he was on when I was working part-time for Fred Job, so he has a long history working for the county. Anything? You gentlemen?
Just to thank you guys for thinking of that and being willing to make that happen. Appreciate it.
Okay,
You'll send out the appropriate invite, I'm assuming.
as soon as we vote on it,
All right.
as soon as we vote on it.
Oh, you gotta vote on it? I thought you already voted on it.
No, I have a motion on the
I'm
floor.
cold, see, I can't think.
So any discussion from the room? And I'll look online. I see nothing there. Those in favor of the motion to designate the planning and zoning to set up this party for Art Nordyke with a budget of $150 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
No, it's okay.
Thank you. Now you can go back and sit in front of your.
Now I can go
computer.
freeze. You feel my hands? They're cold.
They are.
Well, they're warm compared to the ones earlier.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Chairman, could I request a quick bathroom break?
Yeah, we're just gonna do the same thing.
Yes, we will recess this meeting. We'll have a short recess.
Sure.
Right, the time is now 10:23. And I will reconvene this, meeting of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. Our next item up is the discussion of the county CWPP plan.
Welcome.
And I will welcome you, sir.
Last handshake. No, it isn't. We got to shake your hand again. Yeah, one more time today. Mike, are you on?
I am, Adrian. You hear me?
Yes, thank you. So I would like to just have a discussion, if you will, on the CWPP plan for the county. I have Mike Gardner online. Mike is the contractor that we hired to do our hazard mitigation plan. And we talked about a concept to try to address the fact that we did not have a county-wide CWPP as we did in 2007. And so I would like to have Mike.
What was Mike's last name?
Gardner.
Gardner.
I'd just like to have him give you just a quick general overview of the plan that we proposed. We sent this out to the Colorado State Forest Service. We didn't have any major pushback, but we need to have a meeting of the minds. And so this morning, I would like to just introduce the concept to you once again. And after that, depending on how the discussion goes, we'll decide what we want to do with that. So Mike, if you could give them a general overview of the plan and why we are going in the direction that we had hoped to go in.
I heard him beep off.
Mike, are you there?
I was muted. Thank you, commissioners, for the time. So as you may be aware, your current community wildfire protection plan was created in 2007. And per the kind of most recent Colorado State Forest Service guidance, that document no longer carries any weight. It's considered old, expired, if you will. And so in working with Adrian, the thought was that you all would consider updating your countywide protection plan, CWPP. And the way we were kind of planning this is similar to some other counties, including Jefferson County here where I live, where you set up a countywide plan, very high level. And then over the course of, the next couple years, you start to develop what they refer to as community wildfire protection implementation plans. And that is a little more refined sub-area plan, which really gets into the mitigation measures that these neighborhoods and areas want to implement. And so, Adrian, I don't know if that's enough high-level overview. I mean, I think that will allow your neighborhoods to kind of come to the table as they feel comfortable and see fit. And at the same time, it will allow you as the county to have an updated county-wide, high-level umbrella plan, if you will, that will then make you all eligible for these Forest Service funds going forward.
Us and other customers,
Yes.
like the town of Silver Cliff.
Yes. Mike, how do you see that working with the hazard mitigation plan?
So since you all have just updated the hazard mitigation plan, a good chunk of what is required by the Forest Service for these CWPP documents has already been addressed by Synergy as your consultant. And so a lot of the information that is in that plan that is now pending FEMA approval will be coming from your hazard mitigation plan. But there are certain elements that still need to be further discussed and refined specific to the CWPP and meeting the Forest Service requirements for that document.
So the scope of work you've attached covers that interface.
Yes, sir.
It shows that.
Which agencies would be involved in the CWPP process?
Well, that is entirely up to you. I mean, we have to bring the Forest Service to the table, obviously. I would suggest all of your fire protection districts and fire, EMS services. And then whichever of these communities is interested in going this CWP IP route, It's something I've learned that needs to be community driven. And so I don't think you can top down tell people they, need to do this, they need to come to the table. And so I think as long as you have this, again, this overarching county plan, you'll have the framework in place for these neighborhoods to come to you when they have interest and when they have, capabilities or capacity, I guess.
Mike, what was the concern raised by the Colorado State Forest Service regarding this approach?
So and as Adrian may have informed you, we are getting different messaging from the Forest Service across the state. This is something that is new to everyone. And so you all are kind of, at the front of this and in a good place where you can try and define, I think, what the county wants to do going forward. And I'm sorry, Adrian, your question specifically.
No, that was
And
the
so
question.
their concern was that the one individual's concern was that our proposal did not get down into the weeds to a fine enough level of detail to actually implement these projects. But that comment was made, I don't think fully understanding the thought that Adrian had with these sub-area plans. And so I think once that is explained to the Forest Service, the plan that I just kind of discussed with you will be able to them, and we'll check all the boxes, if you will.
What are you hoping to get out of this discussion today? Again,
Well, we're just trying to determine the direction that we want to go and to bring you up to speed on how we would like to proceed on that. And I realize that we are in the process of some change in direction as far as who's leading your emergency management program. And so we can
that's pretty
defer.
insightful.
Yeah, we can defer a decision on this, but I wanted just to have a conversation so you know which way we're headed. So you don't want to spend a lot of time running down the road and then find that we have to make a U-turn. If the county does want a countywide plan, which I think has some merit, this would be a very cost-effective way to go about doing that. And even if you had a countywide plan, you still have to have what we would call the individual annexes to that plan. And that would be traditionally called, a community wildfire. Some places call it preparedness and some call it protection plans. Depends where you are. But that's where the rubber really meets the road, is working with the individual stakeholders and communities. And that could be either a homeowners association, a POA, a mixture of subdivisions within homeowners, individual homeowners could do that. And as Mike said, it's not a top down, it's a bottom up kind of a process. Beckwith Ranch contacted me last week. They would be interested in doing a plan. There are other communities. Some communities don't want to do plans at all, but I think
those are grants.
well, there could be grants, funds available. The Community Wildfire Defense Grant for certain will fund those individual annex plans. So the funding is there, but we kind of have to have this kind of countywide plan to give merit to the individual plans. So it's kind of like an umbrella. You build from the top and then it filters out. And it filters from the bottom up. So I just wanted to introduce that to you. I'm okay with deferring, but I think, Mike, how long would it take to develop this process in your opinion?
As we discussed, I think 3 to 4 months with proper participation is feasible. The only other thing I wanted to point out is that again, you do have this new hazard mitigation plan and analysis. The only concern, I guess, would be when that is deemed stale by the State Forest Service. I think you have, a year or so before that would even be a conversation. But just, so you're aware, the data's fresh now. It'd be a good time and makes sense to run with, piggyback off of your hazard mitigation plan efforts. But the concern, I think, is still, months out there if you all do not want to act, ASAP kind of thing.
You guys referenced the Forest Service, anybody in particular that voiced concerns at the Forest Service?
Well, we had our local forester take a look at that. He's been on vacation and this is one of the problems that we've run into this time of the year. So many folks are still on burning leave. And so we've asked for some clarification, as Mike has mentioned. Jefferson County does it one way. All the counties are doing these differently. And so we want to see some consistency in how the program wants, and this is innovative, so we're looking at a different approach. But when you look at our emergency operation plan, the document is similar in structure, where you have an EOP that generally talks about what we do in an emergency, and then you have the specific annexes by the various departments that spell out exactly. And so using that framework is a FEMA framework, and it would likely work really well with this process. And it's new, but sometimes it's good to be the forerunner than always coming up behind. So it's something new. The cost is not substantial. I believe that we might even be able, Mike can help me on this, but we might even be able to submit a request for funding. The county could initially start the process, but we might be able to, write a grant or apply for a grant to help fund this for the county. We definitely need to have this so that other entities within the county can apply for grants and for funds. And they're saying this is what they need. And I think our job is to respond to the need that is there.
And just to add to that, Adrian, I think after you got this, again, this countywide umbrella plan developed, I think you could then look for grants to help fund, maybe a handful of these sub-area plans kind of year by year, gaining some efficiency with that. As we put in the proposal as well, I think we can develop a template for these sub areas to use. So there's not a need for a consultant per se. Folks can run with this at their own speed, but just wanted to offer that up too.
Okay, thank you.
So no one in particular then that voiced concerns. You guys said that someone had voiced concerns about it not getting far enough in the weeds, and then
Yes,
so that's probably who I'm referring to.
Yeah, it's a concept, so that would be the local forester, but I mean, he's very supportive of the project. He just bumped it up his ladder to say, okay, this is something new, what do you guys think? And we have not had an opportunity to get a response back to that request. Okay. So I would propose, I've given you some information. I can brief the new OEM director when that person is hired on where we're headed, but I don't think it necessitates a vote today. I think we could come back with something in 2 weeks when we get the input from some of the other agency heads, and then make the decision at that time.
Bill Christie's up to speed on all this, or is he new to it?
Yeah, Bill's up to speed on it, and we'll bring
Question,
him.
if I may. Mike, thanks for being on the call this morning. This is Tom Flower, County Commissioner. The 2007 CWPP that you referenced, was that a county-wide CWPP?
It was, but at that point in time, these things looked a lot differently. But yes, correct, that was. And since then, you do have two, I'll call them a sub-area CWPPs, one from 2017 and one from 2019 for the Sangre foothills and for, I'm going to mispronounce it, Suerno Verde. So those two areas are actually good to pursue these grants, regardless of this countywide plan.
Right. So I think one of the concerns that was voiced was that the two municipalities could not pursue grants pertaining to this without a community-wide protection plan. I'm not sure I buy into that 100%, but I would ask you your opinion about that. They could write their own, correct?
They can, yes. So you could continue to have these sub-area ones standalone, and the county could not be covered, yes.
Yeah, I just get the sense that the big push for us to get this CWPP on a countywide basis done was so other people can write grants, to be eligible to write those grants. And I think, now you correct me if I'm wrong, because I could have totally the wrong perception here that they fall short of saying, we'd like you to do it, we could write our own and apply for these grants. They're trying to lay the whole onus off onto the county. Well, you don't have this, so we can't write these grants. I believe they could write their own sub-area plan. And be
True, and I
eligible.
think, yeah, I think some clarification with these continued conversations with the Forest Service will help. But yeah, I think that is true. The one caveat I would just point out is without that kind of countywide umbrella plan, the county is kind of missing out on the opportunity to kind of shape what you want this to be. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I have just wondered if the two towns don't want to kick in and help pay for the writing of a community-wide BWPP, but that's
something can be
a whole
discussed.
nother
I thought I
conversation.
did discuss that with Buck and talked to Paul Winking. But they can do it separately, and like you said, I think the big drawback is if they want to participate, you do need an integrated plan that makes sense, because then you're not overlapping with other, or conflicting with other grants from other areas. That can be discussed when we get into it, how you want to do that. Good point.
Any other questions?
I do know.
Well, I just recommend that I'll pass this information on to the new director when he comes on board. As I mentioned, we will interface. I think it's good to have that interface so he has understanding, or she has an understanding of the direction that we're going on, and then that we can present something to the commissioners in a couple weeks. Yeah, and that'll be that.
Good. So, Mike, your quote that you've given us, how long is that good for?
I mean, what's a general thing, 60 days or whatever? The only thing I'll point out is if Forest Service comes back and does not agree with our kind of plan forward, that obviously could alter, what that proposal looks like.
Work would be different and
Scope.
Understood.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Mike.
Thanks,
Yes, sir,
everyone.
thank you.
how's the weather up there?
Foot of snow and cold, but I got my exercise in today.
Yeah, it was snowing in Denver, I heard. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Mike, thank you. Next item we have,
Yeah, we
Sir.
have any issues?
Question from Zoom.
I must have just lost one.
do you know who had their hand up? I'm not seeing one.
Had a question.
Oh, Cindy, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just a couple comments. The one I put in the chat, but I think that per your county purchasing policy, that scope of work would be published and put out for bid. That's something I could certainly share through Fire Adapted Colorado, and some of the partners that might actually do some implementation for you, like the Arkansas Watershed group, would probably be folks that you would want to see if they had any interest in. Your Title III PILT funds can be used on CWPP planning. There is a working group on CWPPs through the Colorado State Forest Service that my boss is participating on. That working group's coming up with some of those templates that were mentioned. And at the April Colorado Wildland Fire Conference, they're doing some breakout sessions on CWPPs. So there's a lot happening, but I think, the biggest thing is that round 2 of the CWDG grant funding is going out earlier in 2023. I think it was like in July this past year and closed in October. So they're going to be pushing that out a lot earlier. Keeping in the loop on what's going on there might be a good plan.
Thank you for that. Yeah. if I would be interested in seeing that information. So that,
Okay, yeah, I'm
If you
happy
have
to
it.
share some stuff with you. Kevin, I can reach out and share your contacts or the newsletter, some of the articles that are going out. So I will do that.
all right, thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Our next item up would be the consideration of the resolution for the Custer County Jail.
I think we should do the IGA
No,
one first and then
okay,
do the resolution.
so let's go to item K.
Did you want to wait for Rich?
Yeah, who called Rich? Somebody did.
I texted him about 30 minutes ago, but I haven't heard anything back from him.
Somebody ought to call him.
Thank you, sir.
While we're waiting on this, perhaps I'd like to add something because the proposed IGA. Get back here. On page, I think it's page 4, up at the top. Paragraph 2.7.10 is line out.
Right.
And yes, I had talked to Sheriff Hill about that, and this was an email I got from him on December 20. That item that's removed is is lined out, deals with removing management issue inmates, in other words, ones that are causing a big problem, getting them out of there. And I asked him about that, and he said, the removal of problem inmates was changed from 48 hours to 96 hours. This was on December 20. And then he went on, when they sent it back to us, it was eliminated altogether. So I don't know at this point if it's supposed to be eliminated. I'm guessing it is. But that's something you need to clarify.
Because there's no other language in there about the removal.
No.
If that's taken out, then it's not addressed.
And that's apparently what they ultimately agreed on, but you need to clarify that with either the undersheriff elect or the sheriff elect, or I guess and here he is.
There he
There
is.
he is, the man of the hour.
Yours must have been burning. We were talking about you, sir.
Yeah.
First thing we were going to discuss was the IGA between Custer County and Fremont County. And Clinton just brought to our attention on page 4 of that. The section 2.7.10 that is stricken out at this point. We wanted to verify on that.
Yes. So on that, the provision was that if we sent a Custer inmate to their jail and the person was a security threat, they would give us 48 hours to find a new jail somewhere in the state to house them. And so I talked to the new Pueblo sheriff and El Paso sheriff that have that capability. And they said they would not take a security prisoner like that. So we negotiated that out of the contract. So they'll just take care of the security. They have their own high security piece. So we'll keep all.
So this doesn't mean that we have to come get them.
Correct, that they took that piece out.
That's why it's struck.
It would have meant.
It would have meant, and then
Yeah.
we just don't have any.
Okay.
And if our jail is closed, then we have to just drive around with him until.
Right, and then the only jail we could probably go to would be the Denver jail.
Okay.
That was really one of my questions on this whole IGA, because if it's closed down permanently and you arrest somebody at 2 a.m, you're not holding them, you're just driving the canyon.
Right, and
Nobody's gonna hold anybody up there.
no, so there's a
Even
chance.
for court, what are you doing for court?
So we're gonna keep 2 rooms in the jail that would be now temporary holding cells, and I've been before you guys twice now because we've had a person in the booking process start fighting and tearing up.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to get at, because the way it's worded, it's permanently closed, shut down, that for everything, and so you know, you're still gonna heat the cells up, you're still gonna have to lock doors, and you're still gonna not close capability, it sounds like.
And that's not necessarily addressed in the IGA.
I know, that's what I
in the
mean.
Resolution.
And that's what I mean, the resolution,
Just needs
it,
to be modified.
it sure does need to be modified, because it implies that we're just driving straight to Canyon no matter what, and no court.
So the current jail staff has 7 deputies and 1 sergeant.
Mhm.
4 of those deputies, we've offered them the chance to go to the police academy, and they're going to go.
Yeah.
And so that will make us full staff this summer on the road. And then there'll be 3 left. One of those will be the new court security deputy, and their salary is paid 100% by the state.
Yeah.
And then we'll have 2 left, and they'll be in charge of doing the transports for their side of the week. And also, so let's say hypothetically, I arrested someone now.
So they're watching in the cell.
Right, if there's someone in
If
there,
there's
but my goal is to
Okay,
have
got
that as empty as possible.
That's important. It's important for people to understand, especially the crooks, potential crooks up here, that the jail is gonna exist, and not the jail, the capability to process them and hold them and keep them away from public.
Right, and so we've actually planned a contingency so that on the off chance there was some terrible blizzard and we had to arrest somebody and there was no possible way to go to Fremont, that we would have the capability to call in one of those 2 people
You gotta be able
to monitor them until the road condition.
Cook for them, wherever it had to be done.
So interesting that you bring up cooking. So our cooking costs doubled this year. And so I don't want to maintain basically a restaurant quality kitchen. So what I'd be offering would be like more like sack lunch type stuff.
You could farm that out to a local business.
Absolutely. Yep.
Sandwiches or eggs and bacon.
Mr. Farr.
Thank you, sir. So from a little higher altitude, it obviously is tied to this IGA and the resolution, need some confirmation that number one is an incoming sheriff, you think this is the right thing to do, that you think it is doable, functional, has some functionality for our county and fiscally responsible versus having our sheriff's or the jail open. I'm sure we're going to take a considerable amount of flack from people that don't know all the ins and outs about this. And then we haven't had this conversation. I think you alluded to it this morning that you have had the conversation with your staff about closing this jail. There's not a lot of angst from that part. Nobody's thinking they're getting chopped or whatever, huh? Because we really haven't had that conversation.
Right. So my goal is not to cut Custer County jobs, but to save money. And if you don't mind, I have a few numbers I'd like to put on the record. But we are basically the jail is below 34% occupancy most of the time. And my predecessor has tried to more narrowly define the true operating costs of the jail, like separate them out of the administration and things. And so the number is around $1 million a year to run the jail. And if you divide that just with Custer inmates, we're paying $951 a night to keep the jail open per inmate. Now we've supplemented that with some inmates from other counties like Ruffino County. And if you include their numbers into the mix, we're paying $460 a night. The Fremont jail is going to charge us $120, so it's a significant savings. And at some point in the future, and I don't know if it's,
and that's only per base. It's not full time. It's not
right,
120 every day.
No, it's not. Yeah, and then so the people who are putting their prisoners here are actually only paying us $61 a night, and we're paying $460 to keep them here. And the $61 came from Colorado Department of Corrections, so that's what they pay the bigger jails to keep their inmates. We can't afford that kind of loss.
What are they paying you currently? 60?
Around the $61 a night mark.
Do you believe this is a prudent move to finish up my question?
So I believe it's prudent from a financial point of view. It will significantly cut the cost. And the biggest cost, if you look at the jail budget sheet, which I did, is the manpower. And I am increasing the training requirements for new deputies to kind of the industry best practices, which is basically modeled after the Fremont County Jail. And now we're sending our people there. Somebody on Facebook had asked if we had contacted the Chaffee County Jail, and I specifically did not, because we need a jail that actually has a medical team on site. And we actually had a gentleman booked into our jail recently whose blood alcohol level was a fatal limit. And he's a career alcoholic, so he can tolerate that. But our video doctor is like, yeah, this guy needs to be in the emergency room. And then, so the Fremont jail offers that, the Pueblo jail offers it. I met with the Pueblo sheriff. He said he can't take prisoners now, but maybe in 2 years when he builds a new jail, he could do something like that. So I believe it's the best thing financially to do right now.
And the
At some
jail-
point in the future, if the population increases or the need for the jail, those numbers would come into line, but I don't see that in the next
Not
5
near
years.
And our ability to meet the new jail standards that are on the horizon.
There was a bill introduced by the legislature, Representative Emily, reelected by a very wide margin in her district. And that was her top issue, is increasing the jail amenities. And so I personally went and met with her and talked about the needs of Arapahoe County actually is going to go to the voters asking for $600 million to build a new jail to meet these new standards. And so she recognizes that we're a smaller community, and the new jail standards, there might be some kind of exemption that smaller jails wouldn't have to do the big thing the big jails do. But we won't know that until July.
Anything in this IGA causes you heartburn?
No, so I got to see an early copy of it. And the one that caused me the heartburn is if you had to find a jail for a high risk inmate, and they did take that out.
Right.
And then our citizens who have to spend time in jail will be getting better medical care. We're still gonna have to pay the medical insurance we do for the inmates. The El Paso County Sheriff told me that they spend $1 million a year in prescription medicine for their inmates. And just for the medicine, he's the biggest one jail in the state.
Anything else from you, sir?
Well, there was just an italicized part in here. I'm sure there it is, 2.6.7. Fremont County Sheriff will transport Custer County inmates to and from a medical facility. That whole statement must have been added in, is why it's italicized. I don't know.
Yes, and so in the event that an inmate, and some inmates have unhealthy lifestyles and need to go to the hospital, they're going to transport them to St. Thomas More, and they're going to provide the guard for it for 8 hours, which gives us time to spool up the posse to go down and cover. But that benefits us a lot.
Sounds like they wrote this trying to be fair to both sides. It's feeling like that. That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
So,
That was one of my questions to you, would have been, had you had any heartburn over anything in here?
The one thing I had is taken care of.
And I guess my question then would be to Clinton. I believe I know the answer because you've seen the IGA. And
Has he seen the current one?
you have no problems with,
I've seen this with the changes that have been made. I'm working on trying to get the resolution changed. You're gonna keep 2 cells open for holding cells, basic.
Temporary holding only.
Temporary holding,
Yeah.
okay. I'm trying to get the resolution revised here to, accommodate that language. Then,
No,
okay.
one thing that's come up since the COVID is less prisoners are making face-to-face appearances in the courthouse.
Yeah.
Almost all of that is done by video, and Fremont has the same video system that our court uses. So basically, the only time we're bringing them back up here is for the actual trial and actual sentencing hearing.
Okay.
So on the off chance that 2 guys had a sentencing hearing the same day, one would wait in the holding cell, one would come here, and they would swap them.
But if you do arrest somebody in the middle of the night,
We're gonna take them to Fremont.
take them right there. Okay. So it's really just holding cells for court appearances and things like, okay.
And possible weather craft.
okay.
one other, just a quick general question. And it has to do with timing of this. I know Robert Hill's name and signature line is on here. Do you have a preference to do it now? Wait until after the 10th of January when you're sworn in as a sheriff? What would you prefer?
I would prefer just to do it as soon as possible.
Okay,
And then so that way we can make sure that the Fremont jail is ready for us. The Fremont County Sheriff did offer that he would, like if any of our staff wanted to transfer and work there, they would try to accommodate that.
good.
Okay, then I move that we accept and approve the the IGA as redlined and marked and discussed today.
Second. So further discussion.
Yes, sir.
Anything from the room? Seeing nothing online. Okay, those in favor then of approving, accepting the resolution. Or excuse me, the IGA. With Fremont County as presented here today. Signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Probably the second biggest decision we've made for law enforcement since I've been a commissioner.
Okay, our next item then will be, we'll go to the resolution.
Which is hot off the presses, I understand.
Custer County Jail.
Modifying the end of it here to, I'll send it to you in just a minute here.
Okay, would you like, why don't we take a short recess while Clinton's finishing that up, and we'll come back and address
Yeah.
resolution number 22-30. Okay, this is Kevin Day. The time is now 11:07, and I will reconvene this meeting of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. We all have in front of us the revised resolution number 22-30. Clint did revise the last whereas and the now therefore sections. I'll just read through these so we have the new ones. Whereas upon formal execution of this IGA by the Board of County Commissioners for Custer County and the Board of County Commissioners for Fremont County, there will no longer be any need for Custer County to maintain a fully operational jail/detention facility. However, the Custer County Sheriff's Office shall be allowed to use 2 cells in the current building as temporary holding cells. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners that the building known as the Custer County Jail or the Custer County Detention Facility shall be closed and shall no longer be utilized as a facility to house inmates and detainees on a regular basis, except for 2 cells that shall be used as temporary holding cells only, with this closure to occur as of the date the above described IGA is formally signed and goes into effect.
And then the last sentence, sir, we have a date there. Those 2 question marks.
The resolution, okay, so this is
22-30 is what that should be.
Right. It is.
so this resolution on this copy we have does have 2 question marks, so it is resolution number 22-30.
You want me to print this out? Got correction made?
Yes, we'll need a corrected copy for signature.
You're using sign instead of executed.
And then take the 1 T out of 29th.
Oops. Hold on, let me go back. I was just getting ready to hit print. Where
Same
you
line,
at?
same line.
Oh, yes, okay.
There's an extra T in there for on 29th. And everything.
The link is that new printer in Treasurer's office, right?
Yes, sir.
1 copy enough, or do you need another one?
One's good.
Any questions or discussion on this at this point? With those additions, that's per our discussions previously, as to your need for a couple of holding cells for court or significant weather situations for short term. Have you seen this document?
No.
Okay, I will go ahead and give you this hard copy that I have here. I will read through that as well then while we're waiting on our new copy. Custer County Resolution number 22-30. A resolution of Custer County, a political subdivision of the state of Colorado, closing the Custer County Jail, also known as the Custer County Detention Facility. Whereas section 30-11-104, I guess that's paren.
Yeah.
Paren 1, paren A of the Colorado Revised Statutes reads in part as follows. Each county at its own expense shall provide a suitable courthouse, a sufficient jail, and other necessary county buildings to keep them in repair. And whereas the Custer County Jail, also known as the Custer County Detention Facility, is an aged and unsafe building that is not in compliance with federal and state standards and regulations regarding detention facilities. And whereas Custer County attempted to obtain voter approval from its citizens to fund the construction of a new detention facility, but failed in its effort. And whereas Custer County lacks sufficient funding through its tax revenue and other sources to construct a new detention facility or to bring the current building into compliance. And whereas section 29-1-203 of the Colorado Revised Statutes allows political subdivisions of the state of Colorado to cooperate or contract with one another to provide any function, service, or facility authorized by law. And whereas Custer County and Fremont County are both political subdivisions of the state of Colorado, and as such are in the process of entering into an intergovernmental agreement known as an IGA, wherein inmate / detainee housing services for male and females in the custody of the Custer County Sheriff's Office shall be provided by the Fremont County Sheriff's Office. And whereas upon formal execution of this IGA by the Board of County Commissioners for Custer County and the Board of County Commissioners for Fremont County, there will no longer be any need for Custer County to maintain a fully operational jail / detention facility. However, the Custer County Sheriff's Office shall be allowed to use 2 cells in the current building as temporary holding cells. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners that the building known as the Custer County Jail or the Custer County Detention Facility shall be closed and shall no longer be utilized as a facility to house inmates and detainees on a regular basis, except for 2 cells that shall be used as temporary holding cells only, with this closure to occur as of the date of the above described IGA. As of the date the above described IGA is formally signed and go into effect. So that is resolution number 22-30. I would move.
Can I make a comment real quick?
Yes.
So this is not without precedence, and I got these numbers from the Colorado, the County Sheriffs of Colorado Association. But now 12 county jails have closed in the state, and they anticipate 16 more closing for the same reasons that we're describing here.
Okay.
12 of them.
So it'll be roughly a third of the county jails will be closed this year.
I'm waiting on the corrected copy.
Okay. I move that we adopt Custer County Resolution number 22-30 as read into the record by me.
I'll second it if you're done.
I think I am. Short and sweet. Okay, I have a motion on the floor to adopt Custer County Resolution number 22-30, which is a resolution to close the Custer County Jail, also known as the Custer County Detention Facility, as read by me previously. Discussion. I will reiterate just for the record then. You believe, sir, that this is in the best interest of all parties involved in financially and safety wise, I guess that would be my question.
Yes, so I believe that this will save the county a significant amount of money in housing our inmates or detainees. I think that our current jail, and my predecessor also pointed out, does not meet the current standards, and it's certainly not going to meet the new standards that we expect the legislature to pass this July, that would go into effect in sometime after July. And then I am proud of the work that the detention staff have done there over the years, making this work, and also the programs and services we provide to our inmates and detainees. And I did talk with Alan Cooper, the Fremont County Sheriff, and we fund those programs with a grant called JBBS. And they recently audited his program and said it was actually the best in the state. So we're actually going to improve the quality of services that are available to our people while they're in the Fremont County Jail. So I do recommend the board adopt this.
I did look up JMAT and I could not find what that acronym stood for.
So we are currently required to provide a medical assisted treatment program for opiate addictions. And the requirement is that every jail in Colorado has to have that in place by July 1st. We actually achieved that deadline last month. And so when an inmate is booked into our facility and they identify themselves as an opiate addict, or we determine that, we have a contract provider who, as of today, would drive up from Pueblo to administer the medication to help them with their opiate addiction. And then anyone who leaves our jail and has an opiate addiction is issued Narcan, which is specifically specified in the statute. And so we beat the deadline by 7 or 8 months. But
And obviously Fremont County has the same thing.
the full compliance with that, yes, sir.
I'm gonna go check on the copy.
Would that
we
be-
gotta vote, don't we?
Yeah, we will here in a second. Would that be provided by Fremont County then if this is all approved, or would that, we still carry that coverage?
So we still have to provide the medical cost of that coverage, and it's funded by this grant called JBBS, and we have an employee who manages that program. It would cut her workload though, and we have other duties for her to do as well.
Anything else from the table here? Anything from the room?
Kind of a devil's advocate comment or question. And the language that we've been discussing that's in the resolution, if for whatever reason those temporary holding cells are utilized, you're putting an inmate in a substandard space, which you just stated. Is that an issue? If the inmate, for instance, is someone like me and knows that, saying, you can't put me there because it's not up to snuff. And you can't put me in Fremont because it's snowing. So you can't put me anywhere, so see ya. It's just a question for the lawyer, probably, that it's not really.
So that's a good question, because it's substandard for a jail, may not be for the temporary holding facility.
Well,
That's something we need to
that's a
give,
semantic thing.
not necessarily then.
Well, I've seen some holding stuff that really are just closets pretty much. So,
Yeah.
That or dog cages.
yeah, there isn't any real requirement for that. And there's somebody that's keeping an eye on the person all the time anyway when they're holding. So,
So your answer is the language wouldn't put us at risk
all right,
by a smart ass like me.
well, never can tell for the smart asses.
Good point.
And is there any consideration that a detainee or an inmate should give up some of their rights to?
Of course not.
You're a criminal, you wouldn't be in here. Put you wherever we want.
So I have seen temporary detention facilities, which is a bench with the handcuff ring.
Yeah,
And they have the guys sitting
In the
out there, and
hallway,
at least in ours, they have access to their own private bathroom and a shower.
Yeah.
Dragging the table in with them.
Oh, that's happened too.
I
I've seen
know.
the guy run down with a call.
General question. So the other remaining cells, which I believe would be 4. Any kind of a sidebar question, but chances of maybe using those for long-term dry storage for the county?
That could be. I was thinking about making it a office for the new emergency manager. So,
We get,
Well, our current finance director is in.
he's in one now, so we certainly has a precedent.
Yeah. And we even gave him a space heater.
I'll call the question, sir.
Okay. Question has been called. Those in favor of voting on the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Bye.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve resolution number 22-30, which is a resolution of Custer County, a political subdivision of the state of Colorado, closing the Custer County Jail, also known as the Custer County Detention Facility, as read into the record by myself. Those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. So thank you for sticking around for this part of that as well, sir.
Thank you.
And we will hopefully get everything ironed out and be able to move forward and good luck.
Thank you.
Can you check with the Fremont County Sheriff and see how soon their board of county commissioners will?
Right now.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good job, thanks.
When you get their sign, when it's fully signed, will you give me a copy? Thank you.
Are you gonna keep that space open or
But
want to modify it and make it an EOC?
I don't think it'd be good for the USC, because then the person noise would
Nobody be over there.
I'll let you sign it first, and then I'll give it to Bill. He can reach Kelly.
What's that?
Thank you guys much. Have a good day.
Thank
My
you.
order of signatures here, so Bill can get it over.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Kelly, for, I don't know why it won't.
Yeah, but we said she can't, still can't get it, but she's keep saying it's out of date.
Interesting.
Okay, our next item on the agenda will be the.
Yes, I
Next item up is our consideration of the paper of record. And I will bring this, we just, this past week, I have signed off on our, resolution, our settlement with, the Tribune. And, with that being said, part of the conditions of that settlement were, the fact that they did receive $50,000 and they also received, they will be named the paper of record for 4 years. And so in light of that, this will undo our previous motion that was on, that we had, went with no paper of record. And so I would move at this time that we name the Tribune the paper of record for 2023.
And further, I would like to point out, we did, prior to that agreement being reached, we had solicited bids. And I do have a sealed bid from the Sentinel, which I would suggest I give to Kelly and let her destroy it unless for some reason you want to open it, but there was no requirement that we requested bids. We did this time, but now it's moved because of the settlement agreement.
No longer relevant.
So I'm just going to give it to Kelly and let her dispose of it.
Thank you for that information. I was going to provide some of that and did not, but well, thank you very much.
Do you want your motion to be inclusive of those 4 years or just 2023?
I think we discussed that in the meeting and they can't do it over 4 years. You have to
Well, we can
redo
put it on the record as to what the agreement is.
Right.
And
I believe we probably would name them year by year,
Each
but
year
the
you have to
agreement
look at
that we need to, and I guess that would be part of the record,
Yeah, and I got it.
is that per our agreement, they will be named paper of record for 4 years,
Annually for 4 years.
annually for 4 years. And so this would be the first of 4 annual directives to make them
2023 through 2026.
Yes. And I believe that would be, I guess that question is for you. Would that be one that we would need to do on an annual basis?
I think yes, you still need to do it on an annual basis.
And so,
is the settlement agreement now a public record that can be accessed? Will it be on the website?
I don't believe it is on the website yet. I did sign our part of that agreement and send it back to our attorneys. And the Tribune had already signed theirs.
But it will be posted at some point on the website for people that obviously want to see what the agreement is.
I would think so, yes.
Can you send me a copy of that agreement, Lisa?
I will do that. Would you like a copy, Sue? Yeah. Okay. So I will get that done.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to name the Tribune, Wet Mountain Tribune as the paper of record for 2023. Any further discussion?
This is designating the Tribune for the purpose of publishing legal notices only. That's the statutory language.
Yes. That would be, I would include that in my motion, if you would also include that in your second.
Yes, sir.
Any
You got
further-
that, Kel?
Any further discussion? You're good. You good? Anything from the room? Seeing no hands online. Those in favor of the motion to name the Wet Mountain Tribune, the paper of record for legal notices, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next item would be consideration of the BOCC chair and vice chair for the coming year. We have all parties that will be in seat present.
I nominate Commissioner Day as chair, Commissioner Kent as vice chair. Technically doesn't need a second. But you would
I
have
would.
to ask for other nominations.
I would ask if there are any other nominations. Are you interested, sir?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
If you want to do it.
Yes and no. I guess I would say yes. I think at this present time, I would like to continue on if it is agreeable with you gentlemen. So, no
Appropriate,
further.
just call for a vote on that nomination.
Okay. We have one nomination. We have a nomination to name myself as chair and Bill Kanda as vice chair. Those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. We now have
That we did.
consideration of the 2023 county appointments. Section A would be the county government appointments.
I'm assuming this lines up with what's on in the board packet. Yeah, I think if I may, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Matt. I think our admin assistant has done an excellent job of putting all this information together in a reasonable format. And I know that her and Kelly and have worked on this. I've helped some. There's probably going to be some changes, but our general approach was we only know what we know today. We shouldn't be voting on this document, what might happen after the first of the year. So there may be some changes, but.
So my question is, I've got a red line copy here. Have they been added?
In your board pack?
Yeah, I got to add Carol Wahinger to attainable housing. Is that in?
That's board appointments.
Well, I thought that's over.
The first one we were taking care of would be the Custer County government appointments, and
It was on top of the packet here.
Recycle board is the first one.
Got knocked this week in mine.
actually it would be the,
Airport board.
it'd be halfway through that packet. There will be the paper. At the top, we'll say 2022 Custer County government appointment.
I like that.
Only one might.
So it's,
So I'll have to pull it up. It's not.
You have
Yeah.
that, Cal, on your. computer.
Third one behind
Bill
that.
Buck,
Second.
Chair and vice chair.
I got behind that. That's.
Here.
Oh,
Mine.
there in there.
It's
Yeah,
me.
that's the
Oh,
one.
wait a minute, there it is. I
That's the
found
one
it.
we're
It was
discussing right now,
buried in
sir.
there. I thought it was. All right, got it.
Yeah. My mouse slid over and I clicked on the wrong one. Current now, though.
So I believe we can fill in the top two lines then with the BOCC chair and vice chair.
Correct.
Clerk, I'll go down through these really fast. So if anybody has anything they want to comment on as I go through, speak up when we're there. Clerk to the board, so BOCC chair would be Kevin Day. BOCC vice chair would be Bill Kanda. Clerk to the board, Kelly Camper. BOCC administrative assistant, Jennifer Cree. County attorney, Clint Smith. Road and bridge supervisor, Vince Cook. Finance, human sources director, Braden Wilson. Custodian. We have two, Stephanie Ibarra. I always
Why?
Ibarra, I pronounced that wrong. And Lauren Nissan. Grounds and maintenance is Dave Roscoe. Human services director is Laura Lockhart. Planning and zoning director, Dorothy Karsten. Code enforcement officer, Dorothy Karsten. Sanitarian, Dorothy Karsten. IT director, Vernon Roth. Emergency manager, Adrian Washington. Veteran service officer, Jared McLean. Landfill manager, Brian Lockhart. Recycling manager, Tim Harmon. The public information officer, Jennifer Cree. Paper of record, Web Mountain Tribune. Official posting place, county building, bulletin board, and the county website. Official county website, Custer County -co.gov. Depositories, United Business Bank and Colorado Trust.
Carlo Trust.
I did that last year.
Yes, you did. I was waiting.
You were, weren't you? Okay. And that is the list that I have. Any questions, comments?
I'll move to adopt that.
Oh, thank you.
And it should be 2023 Custer County Board appointments, not 22.
Well, we did it in 22.
Yeah. Yeah, move to adopt the government appointments as read into the record and presented today.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to adopt the 2023 Custer County government appointments as read today. Any further discussion on this? Okay, those in favor of said motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That motion carries.
Just hold my breath.
Mhm.
Always, huh? And let me find my sheet now so I can see where we're at. Items number B, or letter B would be county board appointments. That would be starting with airport. The airport board, I guess if we want to go down through these.
I'd prefer not.
No, let's do it.
Again, I would reiterate, some of these may change, but this is the information we have to go on as of
I
today.
agree.
And I'm assuming where she has made a note that there was no letter, or the letter of interest indicated they were not able to continue, that becomes a vacancy and the individual boards will make recommendations to us to fill those or not, but they probably will have to stay in compliance
So
with their
you-
bylaws.
Have you got a current copy? Because I got one that had some things to add here and that were they're supposedly adding.
I think she made a note of that. Let me see what we have on.
Jennifer,
Gentlemen, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In your Google Drive, the updates that I hand wrote on the sheets in front of you are updated in the Google Drive. They just came in after I printed on my way out from being, because I was sick.
Okay.
So it is updated in the Google Drive, but it hasn't been reprinted.
Yeah, because this doesn't have it.
And I'm getting here now, so.
So we got two additions. One was Haywood for BZA and Vahinger for attainable housing.
So
Yes.
there are actually two ads to the attainable housing that came in. One would be Carol Vahinger and the other is Jackie Crabtree.
Crabtree was on there already.
Yeah, she was on they're new this year though.
Yeah.
And then on the tourism board would be Denise Fensholz is a new applicant. And then the changes on the fair board would be Reggie Foster is ex officio. And then we have two ads to the BZA, which would be Jerry Draper and David Hayward. And then the planning commission would be, as a new addition would be Deb Adams. She would be moving over so she would be off of the BZA.
Correct.
If she moved over to the planning commission. And then on the weed board, a new ad there would be Reggie Foster. And the rest are sitting members already.
That need to be renewed, reappointed.
Yeah.
Keith Hood and Mike Field.
Yes.
Yeah.
So those are all the changes on that document.
And gentlemen, unless you foresee a problem, I was gonna discuss with the weed board to see if they couldn't address their bylaws and change the terms of their appointment. I don't know why it's for 1 year. Certainly would be a lot cleaner if they get like on a 3-year rotating schedule.
That's up to them, I
them.
guess.
Exactly. I'm just asking if you have a problem with me requesting that of them. I don't see any reason why it's a 1-year appointment.
So we still have at least half that own the minimum 40 acres. Okay.
Yeah.
There must have been a reason. I don't know why they did it that way.
Well,
Hard to say.
I do. Some dummy wrote the bylaws for them and put the terms 1
The
year.
dummy's initials TF.
Yeah, exactly.
You'd be sitting to my left.
Yeah. Yeah, I never thought about it. But it'd make our job a little easier. And theirs too, if they didn't be reappointed every year. One of the few that does. Library board, Wetmore bunch. Same thing, but
We could probably put them on if you guys wanted me to visit with them and get them on a 3-year schedule. The library and community building.
some of those others 1 year, we don't have anything to say about that. SCAD.
Okay.
I have one question on the recycle board. So on my list, I have you as an ex officio member. You're not.
And it was taken off and it was put in by mistake. So the one that she just mentioned, the document that she posted to us, that was taken off.
Okay.
Okay. I think we have on our copy, the CC Recycles Board, the ex officio is Tim Harmon.
Correct. The manager.
I would move that we approve the Custer County Board appointments as presented for 2023.
I'll second it.
Yeah, I have a motion on the floor to approve the Custer County Board appointments for 2023. Further discussion.
sir.
Okay. I will. Okay, I had a question in the chat from Deb Adams, in regards to Jeanette Steigerwald. And she is on the list, I believe, so,
For tourism.
yeah,
Yeah, she is.
had it on.
so,
Yeah.
all right,
She's
so that's
in
been addressed.
Mhm.
I wanted to
Her
make-
term would expire in 24, so she's looking.
Proposed appointment term date is 1/1/24 per Deb.
And I have one, so now that just came up, Tracy Ballard apparently is asking, she said she had put in a letter of intent for attainable housing.
Was not recommended. Don't know why, but.
The reason, hi, this is Jennifer. I received an email from Tracy, and maybe I misread it, that said that she wanted to withdraw her letter of interest, and I assumed for everything.
Okay,
Let me forward that email.
she is on.
Tracy, can you speak to that?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, if the deadline's passed, that's fine. I had sent in my LOI and then a schedule conflict came and I was able to resolve it. So I sent an email back to Jennifer and she must not have seen my email back. Like I said, if it's too late, no worries. I just am available, so.
Okay. I was trying to find that board here real quick.
Yeah, which board was that?
Second one down under airport.
Attainable housing. I don't see Jennifer.
Yes, so we have, with what we have here would be Charles Vogel, Steve Laswell, Mike Liebman, and then the other two would have been Max Hansen is a ex officio, so then we would have Jackie Crabtree and Carol Weihinger. That would make a 5-member board. I believe their bylaws state 5 to 7. So what would your gentleman's pleasure be?
I don't know if you, why.
You're willing to serve on the Attainable Housing Board?
Yes, I am.
Have you spoken with any of those folks?
No, I haven't yet.
Okay, all right. I certainly don't have an issue of putting Tracy in, let's say, in place of John Fulton. I do have a question for us to consider that is related to this, but it can wait.
Yeah, I don't either. I think that's fine. There's no other reason why she wouldn't.
I do know that they've been, of course, a couple are dropping off of this board, but they have, in the past struggled to have more than a couple of people on their meetings, so.
That would fill it up. Tracy
Well,
in there.
it would
Carol,
fill one, yeah.
well, Carol Weihinger's been added.
She's already in there. There were 2 others that.
I only saw that,
I didn't have Cheryl in there.
had morality.
She is on the one that is in our board
I think
packet.
you have the
Right.
recent one.
But she wasn't on there until she's new.
She's in
Yeah.
duet.
Yeah.
Carol Weihinger and also Jackie Crabtree.
Yes.
So I'm confused. Who's Jennifer? What's Jennifer's last name?
There isn't a Jennifer.
I thought there was somebody called Jennifer that Tracy was talking about.
I think Jennifer
Jennifer,
Cree.
We were
Jennifer Green.
Our Jennifer. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's why I'm, where the heck in
Tracy Ballard.
why isn't she on the list of boards?
I apologize.
So, yeah, don't be
Okay.
confusing Bill.
Oops.
Gentlemen, it's Jennifer.
The
Yes,
the
ma'am.
BOCC admin, Jennifer.
Yeah. I forwarded you the email from Tracy, and no, I'm sorry, but I never received the email. She had withdrawn, but I didn't see an email saying, never mind. Anyway, bottom line is you have an email in your inbox now with her letter of interest and the email chain. So you have it for your records.
Okay, we got it, and there's no reason why she.
Well, I would recommend we add Tracy
I do.
Ballard, her term to expire in 2024.
May I also add that I had expressed interest for Action 22 as well. So if it's not too late for consideration on that one, that would be great. Otherwise, I completely understand with that snafu.
Yeah, and I don't know about Action 22. Obviously,
Mine, dude.
the three of us are appointed to that, and then I thought there was two others, so.
Charles or Chuck Steigerwalk's on it. And I think that's all we've had.
Yeah, so without looking into that further, Tracy, I think we might be over our limit there. I don't know, sure.
I think we are.
No problem.
Okay,
Thank you.
and one more quick one before we do this. I do not see anything. I'm looking at a question from Deb Adams, is very keen on attainable housing, and I am not seeing his name on there. So the answer to that would be no.
Has not been.
Okay.
Okay, do we have a motion on this? Yeah.
Yes.
We did have a motion on the floor to accept the Custer County Board appointments for 2023. And
As updated.
as
Chairman, before
Yes.
you vote, may I add one more thing that I'm not sure if you've had clarification on, and that was the Planning Commission. There were 2 spots that were open, and those 2 people reapplied, and Deb Adams also also submitted her interest. I've reached out to Dorothy to find out what it is that she and her and those commissions want to do. I don't know the number of people required for Planning Commission. So I'm just bringing that to your attention. So anyway, just bringing that to your attention. Thank you.
Guess that has to be.
Okay.
And I generally have 7, but I could have more. I'm not sure.
And you had not, this is Kevin, you had not received anything back from them at this time on that?
Correct. I have not. Let me double check my email real quick. I don't see an email from Dorothy about that. So I just, not knowing, I wanted you to at least have that as part of your consideration.
Would that be appointed by the board themselves, not Dorothy?
She was just asking Dorothy to get in touch.
I was
with
just
them.
asking Dorothy to get me get information, so then you all would have it in your decision-making process.
BOCC, if I may, sir.
Yes, I saw you looking that up.
Thank you. BOCC is authorized to appoint a commission of not less than 3 and not more than 9 to be known as the County Planning Commission.
Well, here's Dorothy in person.
I missed the first part of the conversations.
The conversation we're on now is in regards to the planning commission. And because Deb Adams at the present time serves on the BZA and had requested to be able to go to the planning commission. And I believe that we were waiting back to hear something from the planning commission on that. And so
Did you talk to Keith?
I have not talked to Keith, no. I guess I missed whatever, I would like to give Deb the opportunity to go over to the planning commission, if that's what she would choose to do. And then we can try to find some people for the BZA. I do have some people that I'm waiting to hear back from. I know it's probably past the deadline, but
We have two that have submitted letters at this point.
I'm sorry.
We have two that have submitted letters at this point.
Two or one.
Oh, that's cute.
Well, we've had BZA, Jerry Draper and David Hayward have requested to be appointed to the BZA.
Right.
Deb Adams, or sorry, Carol Behinger, PC BZA associate.
So she can go either on either board based on what the need is. We have to have at least 3 on the BZA. And we like to have 7 on the planning commission with 2 alternates. Since we brought one of our alternates up to a regular member, we're down to 1 alternate on the planning commission, so we do have room on the planning commission.
Okay.
And plus we have John Decker,
Thanks.
who's currently on
Okay.
the BZA, so
that
we
was-
have 3 BZA members, and if we have 2 new ones.
So you have 3 now,
Right, which is,
counting Carol Behinger.
does not, we have 2.
That
new
would
ones,
be,
correct?
so that would be a question I would have, if you have an alternate waiting in the wings per se.
For which one?
She's an alternate right now, so she goes either way,
She who,
But-
that was,
Carol
Carol,
Behinger,
yeah.
Which I
so.
like that because Carol has a lot of experience and can contribute a lot to help.
She's on here as an alternate.
So, my question is. If she were waiting to go. Say, be named as another planning commission member by the planning commission. Would that, my question is, would that take precedence over someone moving from the BZA over to the planning commission?
When we added the last member to the planning commission, and I could be wrong and I can check with her, but I thought that her intention was not to become a regular member. She was wanting to stay as an associate.
I just talked to Keith, he hadn't been notified of any of that, so he would want to see. Whether Deb or whoever. Understand that, he would have to recommend that to us.
No, he doesn't. That's the problem. That was
he
what I
thinks,
was gonna bring up earlier, that I said I had an issue with this process and I wanted to bring it up earlier.
'cause they've got to have
later.
some experience on it.
In my opinion, well, I'll wait because.
Yeah.
It's not what we're talking about. I have something to say about this, but now.
Why would he have to make that decision when he
Chairman.
doesn't have anything to do with who the new people coming on?
He does, wait, he thinks he should.
Well, some of
Planning
our-
Commission chairman,
Some of the boards are actually supposed to recommend to us that we approve
right,
who they have. Put in those places.
because they're, yeah.
Some of the boards we appoint. And some of them we approve their appointments.
And I've been asking
Right.
as many people as I can, because I'm not familiar with this process, and I've been told all along, they put in their letter of interest, you guys make the decision today, then the planning commission comes in to play when they decide who the chairman and the vice chairman are.
That's how the resolution reads.
That's how.
Not right,
Other
that's
boards,
how it
that's not
reads.
right, that's true, because the airport board, that all these other boards are people that understand and are in the jobs. And make recommendations that we can either agree or not to. Because of other issues that we might see, but that's our job is to do that. Not your job, or like in the airport board, the chairman of the board doesn't, they look at what the right caliber people are and they make recommendations, they turn a lot of people down.
And I really feel in talking to Deb, when she mentioned whether she thought she could make that move.
it's my understanding, the BZA has not had a meeting except for one meeting in the whole year, of 2022. And I don't expect us to have many meetings in 2023 until the moratorium is dropped on the subdivisions. So she wants to become more active. And I would think that we would be open to giving somebody that opportunity.
We are, but
especially
the
when we're
board is too. There's a bigger issue that does it beyond that, is all.
So
They gotta see who the people are, what they are, what their interests are, where they came from, what the experience is, those kinds of things weigh in.
have they approved the two new ones for the
No,
BZA?
they haven't seen
I don't disagree with Commissioner Kanda, but what he's saying does not align with the.
That's right.
The zoning resolution.
That's right.
Well,
As
that
of
may be
right
something
now-
that needs to be talked about
Exactly.
when you guys meet
Yeah.
to
To
discuss
revise that.
changes.
I mean, I'm open to
May I just
considering it.
lodge my concern here because it's relevant. I believe we got the process backwards. Our process right now says to anybody that's interested, send a letter of interest to the admin assistant for the BOCC, and they will consider your appointment. To me, that is totally backwards.
Should become
Those
the
should go
board.
directly to the appropriate board, and that board as a group then should vote on any recommendations to come before us.
That's exactly.
Because we
right.
just getting ready to do it. We're
And that's how I always
putting somebody on
thought
a
it was.
board.
I didn't realize we had different boards doing different things
Nope.
either.
We're getting ready to put somebody on a board and the board doesn't have any idea about it. They're gonna learn about it.
That's wrong.
Yeah, and it's just backwards. So
And
I'm okay with doing it now, or we can postpone this. which-
Wait, there's no rush.
Done today, I don't think, does it, Kel?
No.
But
to your point, probably there's a couple of these that turned in letters to the admin assistant.
which is exactly what they were directed to do.
And also for the ones that are supposed to be making that decision and sending those recommendations to us. Which would include, I believe, from reading the Attainable Housing Board. Is that,
Same thing.
I think in their bylaws is they're supposed to send those recommendations to us. Is that not correct?
I can look, I don't remember.
Probably. I think we ought to just postpone this and get
And
all the boards on the same sheet of music.
I mean, and then
Fair.
set that in a policy to say that's how we're gonna handle these. It's not right for us to appoint people to a
No, I
board
mean,
without the
could
board
be-
knowing
could
about
be-
it.
Yeah, and not
Exactly.
having the,
Okay.
and there may be more, they have bigger reach also. They can, they know they have vacancies and they know people that may or may not be
Yeah.
interested. It's up to them to go grab them if they think they're qualified.
The problem, as I've been a commissioner, was the boards weren't doing that.
Right.
And I don't think we have it for many of them this year. So,
From the boards,
yeah.
no, I don't believe so
So,
either.
and the reason I know this, because I've been reading these ones here. And so it states that we will make the appointment based on recommendations.
And I do know that the airport board did follow
That
that.
is through the
So, I
attainable
know.
housing. That
The
being
airport
said,
board
they have
followed
only
that.
had
They wouldn't.
two
force anybody
members
they didn't
as
approve.
a rule at most of their meetings, so they don't even have a quorum at their meetings.
We still have the authority to deny or.
You can always deny it.
But I just think our process is just 180 degrees out.
Well, I personally, like I said, would like to see, I don't care whether it's attainable housing or the the planning commission, I want to see who they want and recommend it for.
Yeah, and I'm assuming these, in this case, the two planning commission that indicated they wanted to reapply was Keith and Mike. But that probably didn't go to the planning commission. That came straight to us.
Right.
Which,
They may have talked about it. We have no
Didn't
way
see
of
it.
knowing that.
which as it
We
is
haven't
written,
met since any of that has come out.
so at the present time, which for them is the proper way to do it.
I believe so.
And normally we do this in January anyway, so.
Yeah, but it was still
We
the
jumped the
same
gun,
convoluted
but-
process. That's the trouble.
Right, but so my point there is, there's no harm in delaying this another.
I would agree. We were trying to speed up the calendar a little bit.
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
Your thoughts, Kel?
I only thought was, and the reason that we did do, or that you moved it up to this was because their term started in January. But if you make that kind of change, aren't you gonna have to wait for appointments until you change the planning?
Yeah.
And so then you're gonna,
Right.
I hate to say this, but you're gonna be a year out
Yeah.
because changes don't happen fast enough.
Yeah, we could,
And
could
so,
adopt this the way it is.
But we got,
and then make your,
but it's awful easy to have the people that are there now know who they're, we've got them in here now. Let them go look at them. Let them consider it. We can ratify that or prove that in the 15th of January, whenever we're meeting. And that's what we would have done under normal circumstances anyway, without trying to move it up. Anyway, Keith wants to see him. He wasn't aware of it.
So am I hearing from you gentlemen that you would like to do this then at the January 10th meeting?
Is it the 10th or the 15th? When will we meet?
Too.
Instead of the 15th? Not the 15th.
I'm okay with that. Planning commissions and the BCA is the only one that doesn't meet, but everybody else meets fairly regularly, but they could do a poll via email or whatever, I guess. I don't know. Kelly's right. It's gonna take a while, but I just don't think it's right for us to appoint people to boards without the board even having a chance to consider it.
Are we good with the the housing deal?
Same thing. The housing board have no idea about this, so
I have them look.
I'm okay with postponing it until the 10th.
Commissioners or chairman. It's Jennifer. As I received in the letters, I shared spreadsheets with all of the boards and let them know of the applicants as they came in. So, you know, if I had a contact person for the board and contact information, that's just information. So then you can, you know, chew on that.
So in other words, Keith was notified.
No, I had you as the point person, Dorothy, since since it was the commission, and had been updating you on who the applicants were and if there were, so then you could communicate with the BZA and the planning commission.
Okay.
But like attainable housing, I was copying Steve Laswell and Charles Bogle. Airport board, I was reaching out to Brian, you know, because those were the point of contacts that I had for them.
Okay, so it's not gonna hurt to wait.
So
Sounds like.
I think the only one we really have an issue with then hearing that conversation would be the planning commission, because we break down communication.
Assuming that, so who was the contact for Tam Housing? Charles?
Charles Bogle said, she
should have-
said she had been sending him the updates. That being said, I believe these last two letters came in late,
Separate.
so I don't
I
know
think,
if
yeah,
they've had
give
time
him
to
Charles,
respond.
let him take a look.
So I would be willing to just this entire list waiting until our January 10th meeting.
And have some follow-up.
Yeah.
Have Jennifer follow.
Jennifer can chase it.
Yes, we can have follow-up. We can make sure the planning commission gets to see everything that's here, and we may change that because technically Dorothy is not, she works with them, but
Didn't work
technically I
for
think
them.
it should come from the
Chairman.
from
Yeah.
us
Planning
to the
commission.
planning commission on these. So I think we had a miscommunication on that part. So let's do this county board appointments on January 10th, if you guys are agreeable.
Good.
Okay,
With some follow-up, correct?
yes, so we have some feedback from some of these people to make that appointment. So Did you hear all that then, Jennifer? We'll let you do that when you get healthy and get back in here.
Yes, yes, sir. I will be happy to do that when I come back in.
I hope
Not a
you
problem.
fill up over the weekend.
Thank
So
you.
can I ask a question?
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
I send that out to the planning commission and the BZA members? So they are aware?
Yes, there's nothing wrong if you send it and then if she resends it, not a problem. I think you have that information and
Make sure you have
send
all
that
of them.
out.
Maybe there's one that came in that, like Jennifer said, on Carol Vahinger, that was not over through a chairman or anybody. There may be somebody. else.
And
Make sure Jennifer finds.
yeah, and
all
I
of them
guess
and-
my question, I guess, still stands unanswered as to how that would look, I suppose. Part of that follow-up would be to reach out to find out if you have someone as an associate member, would they be, which, and then you have one as a BZA member wanting to do a lateral, which one of those would actually take precedence over the other one?
Okay, and
That's
let me just explain why I kept asking questions, because I agree this seems backwards, the way we're doing it. If it's my understanding that in January, the planning commission, or February when we meet, they will nominate their chairman and their vice chairman. I have no reason to believe that Keith wouldn't continue to be our chairman, but you're putting it in Keith's hands to say, when he's not the chairman until that vote happens, to say what he wants to do. Maybe
Well,
I'm
he's
misunderstanding.
chairman now.
So it's okay.
But he won't be in January.
Yeah,
May or may not be, yeah.
If
Well,
they
there will be
decide
a
not to
period
elect
of
them.
time that we don't have one, right? Because,
No,
No.
no,
He'd stay chair until we reappoint.
that's right.
okay,
That's right.
all right.
Or they decide,
I just-
they could decide in the middle of the
Well,
year, Dorothy.
Is it
that
one
the
person's
chairman may retire
decision
or quit.
and who we bring it?
No, it's
It's a-
so,
So we won't meet until
February.
but that doesn't stop them from communicating with each other and,
so they can do a
And-
vote via email.
yeah, and
Sure.
do these recommendations.
Technically,
And they
you
could,
have a point. Keith and Mike's terms expire January 1. So he would no longer be the chairman. He
well,
would no
That was
longer
why
be
I've
on the
been-
board.
That is why I've been
Right.
questioning
Right.
this process.
Yeah.
I think
so
I
it'll,
mean,
it normally, these people want, it before this term expires, that 2 months go, the board gets applications from a lot of people.
Right.
And they can decide how to handle it. Then, I mean, he's still the chairman, then.
Yes, but
And
not
so,
after
that's right,
January 1.
and so they should get that listed. And after January 1, we shouldn't be seeing any new applicants anyway.
Well, they could come on mid-year,
But
but
in mid-year, they can, sure. And the chairman can resign in the middle of the year. They can have an anarchy and they all dissolve. And we get a new chairman. With.
I have a question. How do the chairman solicit applications?
through the administrative assistant, she puts out a public notice requesting. When? Where in the paper of
Yeah.
record, both papers this year, because we didn't have a paper of record then.
They advertise position
And I
vacancies.
think there was on the website.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, to serve.
That we were
Submit a
soliciting
letter of interest
letters of
for it on
interest
board.
for all of the county boards.
Really?
Yes,
Yeah, I think Dorothy's got a point. Maybe we should approve this and then
No,
go back because we won't
Can't.
have a chairman of the planning commission in January.
we will in the January the 15th or the 10th, whenever it is, and nobody's meeting in the meantime.
we don't meet until February.
That's right. That's not a big deal.
Yeah.
well,
And if there was an emergency and they had to get together on the 3rd of January to what emergency would that be, you know?
And I'm just
That ain't
asking
gonna
those
happen.
questions because I've been asking them and
Yeah.
it just didn't
well,
make sense.
and they've been made in January in the past as well, not,
But always, you know why it was, it's because the elected officials could be different. And people wanting to do things, you know, so the board that approves it has to be the officials at the time. That's why they waited till the new
so
people
you
receiving.
know, that same process was in place. And so there was a lag time in that, which, since they don't meet until February, is not really an issue on that particular board.
And I think most of them, the airport board meets the third Thursday of the month or whenever it is.
So,
So I guess it's.
Yeah, when they meet's not really
Doesn't
important, other than the fact that if their term expires the 1st of January, then they're no longer a member of that board.
Mhm. And you know, the bylaws can be rewritten to coincide with the expiration dates with appointment dates as well. I mean, a lot of thought that could go into it that people overlooked in the past.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think it's fair that the board makes recommendations based on what their body is and what the job is and the experienced people coming in and out of it is. They're requesting to be on those boards. Expertise, whatever.
so are we good with January 10th?
Yep.
With reservation, yes.
So I believe that we will address the county board appointments on January 10th. Do we have a problem with anything on the regional board appointments?
Different document, right?
Yes.
Label government.
That's what mine are. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which one.
That would be,
Didn't get a lot of clarification, did you?
That's in your file now.
What's on your left-hand column is say RET. That is there.
Oh, the CO.
Yes,
There's a rhyme and reason to
there's
this.
one page and it's both front and back, but it just says RET.
Oh, okay, regional and counties on the same document?
Yeah.
I got you.
Okay.
I was looking for a regional.
Yeah, okay, there I see it. It says county board appointments.
Going down to.
But
Did it?
it's true, but it's for a regional job. Upper R.
so on that one, we have Colonel
Council.
Vogel and myself. And then for the Workforce Investment Board is Charles and Chuck Steigerwalt, as well as Tom Flower. Then we have SCED, which is Charles Vogel and myself. We have the 911 Authority Board, which is 3 commissioners. We have Custer Emergency Service, which is
And then
you, Bill, so Bill Kanda and myself. I'm guessing then that you were not on that one. So,
No,
okay. Action 22.
we talked about that already.
I go to those CES meetings, but I'm not.
Okay.
Colorado Film, Tom. Do they meet?
Jerry and I are on that. No.
Central Front Range Transportation is you, Tom.
Yep.
Scenic Byways is you.
Mhm.
Our Basin Roundtable is Keith Hood. And then SCRETAC, we have Justine Beach, Matt Nolting, and Patrick Fiore, and an alternate of Stephanie.
Pronounced Fiore.
Hmm?
Pronounced Fiore.
Yori.
Oh,
You're
I said
Fiore.
Fiore, didn't I?
Yeah.
So Fiore and Stephanie, I won't pronounce it,
Guy Big.
Guy Big.
I would move we approve the regional appointments.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the Custer County Regional Board appointments as presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Anything from the room? I've not seen anything online. Those in favor of approving the regional board appointments for Custer County for 2023 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye, that motion carries.
Hey, by the way, Jennifer, you there? She bailed off.
I'm here.
Wanted to say thanks. You did a great job of putting this matrix together, by the way. We have not seen this before. And I like learning about the code. So thanks for doing it.
Not a problem. And I do have things in place that I'm working on to make this process a lot more streamlined. And once I have that put together, I will present that to you all for to make sure that you all want it done that way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And again,
I'm gonna
get better.
I'm going to get off here. I just knew that you'd probably have questions on this. So y'all have a good day and I'm going to go back to bed.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, our next item up will be the consideration of the hiring process for the OEM director position.
Braden's here.
You want me up, Jim?
Easier to see you instead of talking on top of your head over that screen. All I could see, no eyeballs.
They
Computer.
call me Wilson for a reason, so. So I just realized I didn't get this email over to you, but the most expeditiously thing that I could think of as far as a timeline. So yesterday is when the application window closed.
How many did you have?
We had 19 applicants.
Well,
So so that's a new challenge that I have not gone through before, is how do we get.
You gotta straighten this out, what we've done and what you think we ought to do, because we used to go over there and take a look, rank them, and then go with the top X.
Okay.
Whatever you.
Yeah,
want, whatever you-
which would be a fine way to do it if you'd like to. I know we spent a lot of time talking about requirements through the job description, and so I was going to develop, I guess, a matrix to go through and say, these are the people that have all of these things, and those that don't, that's where the line is for sure. Or we've also got education within 1 year. I haven't looked closely enough to be able to say anybody does have all of those things. I just, in a cursory look at it, it does appear that there are some that are very much in emergency management fields right now, and some that are kind of tangent to, and some that are
So your
even more
point is
tangent to
that
that.
the courses that are required, or the training that is required, we in the past have given somebody a year or 6 months to take it.
Well, for this position specifically, there's a section within the job description that we said within 6 months
Okay.
to get that
The
done.
bigger question is, do we continue to do that or not?
Well, no, the question would be,
Use that as a cutoff.
do we use that as the cutoff and say, if a requirement's not made, no ifs, ands, or buts, they're not eligible for interview. That was my understanding in that discussion with the job description. And then above that, do we even want to say, and if we've got 5 applicants that have the education that we're asking for in 6 months, my suggestion would be, that's probably the 5 that we interview. That would be the most prudent thing, I think, for the county at that point, both part-time wise, spending in interviews, but also education wise, and not needing to send somebody for extra training and everything.
Yes, sir.
I'll just throw this out as a suggestion. Maybe we direct our human resource person to vet that list and recommend a number, maybe 6 for us to consider, and then we pare that number down to maybe 3 to interview, something like that.
There's gotta be some that probably aren't qualified. I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen all the list, but I saw a couple of them. They don't seem to meet the mail to me.
And I think that would be a good thing for
Somebody got it
Brady
there.
to go through and do
And I
that.
think Donna used to do that, because if they didn't meet the job description or the requirements, whether it's education or experience or whatever.
Yeah, so that was the plan as far as the requirement went. Right now, just going through that quickly, there's only one that I could absolutely rule out. So that leaves 18 that are kind of questionable or at least.
That coursework.
No, the coursework I haven't gone through specifically for. But the big ones for me was looking at education and emergency management experience. Those are the 2 that I just really quickly went through and looked at. Because I thought that would be something that would color.
Got rid of one of them.
But yeah,
We had how many altogether?
19.
19. How about if we ask Braden to give us vet that list and come up with 6 or 7? And then we decide how many of those we want to interview. Is that reasonable?
Or, yeah. There's a reason there's 3 of us. And I liked how it worked before, because you look at a person whether it's got leadership capabilities differently than somebody else would. And we ranked them, and then we threw out the bottom. A little easier. It's not too hard to go through it from our perspective, and gives it a rounded way to cut it. If we give it just a Brady to do, then we're gonna cut out, and it's based on some pretty packed criteria. Do they have the coursework?
Right.
Right, and that's why I think it would be more appropriate for him to do
I
that
think he should do
baseline
that
stuff.
baseline.
And just say, gentlemen,
Give
these
us
5 people don't even need to be considered, so they're out.
Yeah.
Now here, what do you want to
Here's
do?
the
with
rest of
these?
them, and then let's go in there and. So what kind of a timeline are we looking at? We know that Adrian's leaving on the 3rd. He's willing to come back and help. By the way, so is Christy Coleman, to sit in and help, not help, but get, do the normal interview process.
Mm-hmm.
And any time except some windows that we can look at. So we're gonna need to know how soon you're gonna wanna have this first cut done, or how you'll be able to do it, and then we can give us a deadline of 3 days and look at them and
Yeah.
schedule a process here.
Yeah, and if, I guess the next thing we have planned is a meeting on the 10th. And so that's kind of the next, at least scheduled get together. So I don't know if we want to try to base it off of that, if we're wanting to do interviews.
Can you
before
get
then.
something, can you get something done sooner? I mean, you're the guy that's been overloaded here.
Yeah.
Right.
I think I could probably have a matrix put together for you all based on what the requirements are from the job description and how the applicants stack up
And
against
you
that.
can go and make a cut and say, here's what I'm throwing out.
Yeah, and if we say that, the greatest number of requirements and extra up to X number, but no more than this number, like, so for example, if there's 18, if there's 16, how do I do that? 17 people that don't meet the requirements, then there's no reason to bring in 6 to you.
Right.
Right. But if there's 18 people that meet the requirements, then I would suggest it's the top 6. And if there happens to be a tie over the 6, then I guess we.
Based on your scoring metrics.
Right, based on the job description. Yeah.
That is based on the jobs, yeah.
I'd be okay.
Yeah, I just don't think we need to look at all 19 applications. I mean, that's what we hired him for, really.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's where we've been trying to move to.
That's
I
right.
think. And what do you guys think about a number, the cut number? You good with 6, 7?
I think that's, because some could be tied, so
True, but-
I wouldn't give them a cut. I mean, let's get it as tight as you can based on the requirement.
Okay.
And And if you wanted, and then also they gotta be willing, they either live here or they gotta be moving here, because I hear some are from out of state or just all from like counties,
several
state, some from out of state too. We
Yeah,
can give a preference to state people or something, because
Not according to our job description.
so I think if we don't give him a cut, I think they need to be probably numbered,
Ranked.
ranked.
That
So that
shouldn't be
we
too
have
hard.
that information as well as to how they stack up to the requirements that we put out there.
Okay.
So that if we're gonna make that cut, we have that information, and that could happen right away, because there's no way to do that with that many people. So, I would be willing to put a number on it, but if not, I would say definitely need to have them ranked.
Another thought, can I throw this out as well? I would support picking a number and telling Braden, we're willing to interview X number of people, end of discussion. Gives him a lot of authority on how that all happens, but I'm interested in interviewing the best candidates we have.
we're lucky we got a pool. I mean, it's amazing actually, because that's very good. I don't want to throw somebody out because of some arbitrary thing that.
Well, it wouldn't be arbitrary, right? You're gonna
Well, it is
develop a
if you're
matrix
telling them a
based on
number.
the job description.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it would be if there's 6 people that have all the requirements plus all the extras, then there's 6 that are ranked number 1. If there's somebody that has all the requirements and all but one of the extras, then they're number 2. Like, that's when we're talking about ranking, that's my thought process there. Because then it's based solely on requirements of what we've decided, so there's no refuting that.
Oh, that's good. Let's
Yeah.
leave it at that.
Okay.
My opinion.
Yeah, and then because we are only ultimately gonna be interviewing. Probably, yeah,
Some number, yeah.
a small number, so we have to have that in place, and you would have that matrix for us. By,
I would say definitely by end of day Tuesday.
Let me make one other point, though, because you're right. However, the interview is important. Because the guy on paper doesn't necessarily, I've seen that in the small things that we've even done here. Guys look good on paper and they'd be a lousy, but when you find out what the real experience is and when their answers and what they've done. It's not as simple as, well, have you had a job like this? And you say yes on the box. Well, they had it for 3 weeks and got fired. I don't, don't know. I'm just making it up. But I like being able to see that, and then we certainly can cut them on that first look. You're gonna make the recommendation. But it'd be crazy to try to interview 30 people. 19.
Yeah. And that, I think that's the other point there is. If somebody didn't list CPR certification, for example. Are you expecting me to reach out to double check on that?
No.
Or to make sure that happens? So if they didn't list it, then they don't make the cut.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I set in on CSU's hiring process for extension agent, and they have people to do that work. Obviously, Braden's that person at the county level to say, we're going to interview X number of people. You tell us who those people are and we'll interview them.
Yeah, that's pretty
about as simple as it
straightforward,
gets.
and reaching out is not in the cards. I mean, that's like saying, I know a guy that didn't even apply. Let's go reach out. Where do you draw the line?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that, but to your
Doesn't matter if he
point,
forgot to do something, too bad.
yeah, to your point on the paper, that's where I saw kind of if they didn't put it in paper,
Right.
is it worth me reaching out?
Yeah.
No, I think
I
we're
agree.
gonna have, my opinion would be to ask him to vet those people based on their application, end of statement.
That's my experience in all my career.
And
HR
then-
people do that, and they may have passed over the president of the United States. Doesn't matter.
Then we get further down the road, we may direct him to do reference checks or whatever.
Well, it has to be done anyway, that's right.
So,
Do a background check.
I think when you have a pared down list, if we're getting ready to interview people, they need to have those. The background checks and the reference. checks
Yeah.
done. Yeah.
Well, and then.
obviously, background check.
Another thing that you've got, we've already got questions that Adrian and Christie Coleman had included for us to make sure. Use those to make some of the cut too. Do they make it or not? I think that's one of the reasons they did it. And Adrian,
I disagree, Mr.
well, here's what, I don't mean it that black and white.
Okay.
If they don't meet maybe you better restate it because you and Christie had submitted some questions that we should ask.
Well, and I agree, we can ask those.
No,
during
that's
the
my point.
interviews, But
But it
they
can
should
also-
be considered in this deal.
No, well, I think, were you looking at a minimum baseline on that? I don't remember what you.
I'm not
Christie.
understanding your question.
Well. What, do you have a suggestion then
On what?
on the selection process to winnow it down? Because you and Christie had talked about it.
Well, the questions to ask an interview are different from this.
Yeah, I know.
process.
I get that.
The one thing I would say about your process is I would not conduct a reference check on individuals this early in the process because people don't always let their supervisors know that they're applying for jobs, and that could jeopardize that.
True.
That's inappropriate to do a reference check before a person is even interviewed.
Which to
That's
that point, we
normally
do,
That's normally not the process.
we do ask that question in the application, so they have the ability to say yes or no.
But typically that happens after the
That's a
person
good point.
is offered
Right.
employment.
I have no desire to call 3 times 19 people
Right.
to make sure before they start, but when we get down to 6, I think it's well worth my time to
Sure.
go through and say, of these 6, we can throw out 1 because they didn't have any good references.
Or
Usually
you
they're not
bring
gonna
us
recommend
six and we
it.
say, these are the 3 we want to interview. Those are the 3 that should have.
That's
reference
right,
checks
Yeah,
done.
and that's fine too.
Usually a referee, they're not gonna put somebody down that's gonna tube them, so it would be highly unlikely. They're gonna find somebody.
I had somebody that all 3 of them said no.
No, kidding.
Yeah, so it
That's
happens.
another reason not to hire that guy, because
Yeah.
judge a poor
Is this one that
character.
you, an application you put in and all 3 of your
Yeah.
references?
Right. Had to call my own references.
Well, I recommend us directing him to pare that down to 6 or ties, and we go from there. Maybe we, as a group, we look at those 6 and say, let's interview them all. And maybe we look at them and say, we interview 1, we can make that decision after we. look.
Well, if you say 6 and you got 4 ties at first and second place, I mean, it's gonna be more than 6, so I mean, I think he should do the best effort he can to rank them.
Okay.
And
And
if
if
I
they come
may,
up,
I would not eliminate candidates because they don't live
I
in
think,
Custer County or in
I
Colorado.
think we. agree.
That's not what part of the matrix. I mean, that was thrown
I
out.
just
but
threw it
that's
out
not-
as that's something you could have done, but not, I think it would be.
Because
just
there are some
a-
well-qualified folks who put in
I agree.
applications who are willing to move to Custer County.
Yeah. So that is not one of the criteria.
Okay.
They will be
You've seen
required to
applications.
live here when they're
No,
doing
but I
it.
have filled it many calls.
Because are those applications public
No.
record?
No, they're not.
Mhm.
Well, that's my suggestion, pare it down to 6 and we go from there, but if you guys want to do something different.
I think that's a good thing. And then if we do have ties that need to make that number go to 7 or 8, we can, that is not a problem. I would definitely try to have that knocked down to 6 for us to look at.
Yeah.
And then we can pair or not pair from there.
And to Commissioner Candace's point, I'm thrilled that we have that kind of numbers.
Yeah.
It means we got the word out there.
Your OEM got the word out.
It's a great challenge to have, that's for sure.
So
My only question in that process would be. Would the 10th be the day that's decided to
I
look
didn't
at?
know we were calendar.
Push that out.
No,
Let's talk about that. We're having a meeting on the 10th.
yeah, but
Did we give you direction about the 10th?
No, I just threw that out
Oh,
as the
okay.
next.
we got, if it takes a month, we gotta do it right. Whatever it takes to get people scheduled, that's gonna be.
I would say it's up to you, whatever you think will work in your time frame.
Yeah.
We're swearing in, not we, but Kelly is swearing in newly electeds on the tenth.
What we've done in the past,
Mike.
a lot, we don't have to have a face-to-face meeting to start winnowing things down. Like we never have in the past. We went and worked these applications when we could. Donna put it out and ranked some things, then we sat down and decided that, after that, she came up with the schedule. And we agreed when we could all meet and it depended on when the people could be here. And some of those people can't be here. We did it by Zoom or something.
Yeah, and I'm not worried about that so much as just you all having that discussion of the 6. How many and
It's
who's
gonna be hard to, that's right. So
Yeah.
we need to take a look at what your matrix is, and that's up, like Tom said, you got whatever your time can get to
Yep.
get us what you can. And
Well-
if it's past the 10th, so be it.
Yeah, no, the 10th is plenty far out.
Good.
That's just the first time that it's been scheduled. If we wanted to try, like, if that decision needed to be made, if I get that to you all next week, and then that gives you time to look at
For that
those
meeting.
6 people, then we could move forward with next steps decided at the 10th, the
Sure.
meeting on the 10th. So if that sounds doable, then at that point, then I can reach out and schedule interviews and everything like that.
Yeah, and I still am interested in making sure that we coordinate with Adrian, because he's got to coordinate with his new job to get time to come back here. It'd be nice to have him participate.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a discussion kind of separate from this of if here's the schedule, but then who's
Yeah,
at the
right,
table.
rest of the
So,
people at the table.
but if that's okay, I'll move forward with getting that done as soon as possible, and then a decision being made by you all as to of the matrix that I give you, the top ones that you decide for interviews for me to
Sure.
keep going
And
forward
that's on the 10th.
on the 10th.
So we need to
Discuss.
discuss or select candidates to be,
Consider applicants for
Yeah,
interview
discuss.
of OEM director position.
so we don't have a number attached to that.
You're gonna shoot for 6.
Yeah, as far as the number to interview, I think you all can make that determination then, or you.
Based on what-
No, I'm not
see.
talking about interviews.
But
I'm
the
talking
number-
about to consider.
Oh,
Consider.
no, I think 6 is the number because I'll put the matrix together and I don't think it's probably good for you to see the rest of the matrix if we've determined
That's right.
that's the top 6. So I think best practice would be here's
You
all
based
those
it
that
on the
are number 1,
hard numbers.
or here's
Yeah.
the top 6.
Could be surprised, maybe you'll eliminate 18.
Right, exactly. Hopefully not.
So I'm still a little
Better not.
confused about what is actually gonna happen.
So I will go through each of the applicants based on the requirements that are set forth in the job description. I will rank them on the number of requirements that they fulfill, plus the number of extra education that we have listed out that they fulfill. Based on the number of those requirements and extras that are fulfilled, I'll rank the applicants,
Okay.
and the top 6 I will send to you guys.
Okay, so we're gonna get a list of your top 6.
Yeah.
Prior to the 10th,
Yes,
and then on the 10th, do we decide how many of them we're gonna interview?
Maybe all.
I think that will be.
And
our
the process
discussion on
too,
the
and
tenth
it's
would be to
schedule and all that.
Consider,
And this is
Of
gonna be an
those-
agenda item,
Should be.
yes,
so consider the number of applicants to interview.
Yeah, just consider the applicants standards.
consider apps for OEM to interview.
The number or who?
Not the number, it's,
Well, we're not gonna say who,
no,
we're gonna say, we're gonna
ABC.
or 1 through 6, or whatever, we're gonna interview these, whatever it is, whatever that number is.
Yeah.
That'll have to be a discussion and a decision made by us.
And I would suggest that during that you guys come and say, of these, I think we should do C, F, and E.
Right,
Yes.
So you are deciding who at the 10th,
yes,
Tom.
not
Clear.
publicly.
but to be clear,
Correct.
you're deciding who they are too.
Yes.
So
Yes,
You should get the resumes of the top 6.
That's correct.
For that meeting.
that's correct.
That is what that.
And that's, he'll
And it-
provide us.
And
all
it
that.
could be more than 6 if there were several tied or you had a really hard time.
Have faith
yeah.
in Braden, he's gonna screen it right down to 6.
6.
So,
And when will you notify the individuals who have applied that they didn't make the vote?
Right
It's up to
away.
Braden.
Normally that would be done right away,
That needs to be done.
Sure.
as soon as he eliminates them.
So the 6th, we will consider which applicants to interview. Is that correct?
on the 10th,
On the 10th.
we will consider, he'll have that list and the apps and resumes to us beforehand. We will have a chance to look them over, and so then on the meeting on the 10th, we will consider those applications and decide and pair them or not to the ones we want to interview.
Okay.
And it's,
Actually, it's more than that too. It's actually setting up the schedule, the rest of the process that we're gonna, like we have in the past.
Yeah.
We gotta get dates set up, interview times, what we're gonna expect in the interview.
So we're going to engage in a discussion about who we think we should interview
Yes,
on the 10th.
on the 10th.
Well,
And we'll flesh that out between the 3 of us and come up with.
but
that.
that's why we're going with 6, because that is to me the minimum or the maximum who we would be willing to interview.
And then at that time, we will, if we want to pare that down to say 3 or
If there's
4,
We
then
could,
we can do that. Or if we want to interview all 6, we can do that as well.
we could.
That's part of that discussion.
Yeah, we're not deciding that we're going to interview 6 just because Braden.
That's
thinks
right.
it's 6,
That's right.
correct? Okay. So consider
Could be up to 6.
applicants to interview for OEM job. Needs to go on the agenda, correct?
Correct.
have you made a determination as to when we will get you those 6? By when?
Before the 10th, we said.
Is there a date?
Well, that's before the 10th, doesn't matter to us, right?
As long as it's 24 hours and I got time to read them.
Should be early next week.
They will be forthcoming this coming week. In answer to your question. We do not have a specific date.
Well, you only have 3 dates available that week because the other 4 are days off.
The 10th is
There you
actually
go.
a Monday, Tuesday. Oops, am I looking at more? Yeah.
10th is a Tuesday.
We're looking at December.
Down here, it's January.
That's January 22.
The 22. You're right.
The 10th is.
So if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just thumbnail a sketch because the agenda item says consideration of the hiring process. So I would assume that the process would be Braden's going to vet the applications. Braden's going to bring 6
Maximum, say.
applications for us to look at. We will decide how many we want to interview. We will schedule those interviews. We'll decide who's going to interview. Then we'll schedule those interviews, conduct the interviews, and have Braden select an OEM candidate that we're going to offer the job to. Braden reaches out to that person. We do all that by letters or alphabets, alphanumerical, whatever he decides.
Candidate 3.
And that's it. Once we get confirmation, then we can make that public.
And if we want to shoot for that end date being the last meeting of January, I think that could be prudent to do now, that we should be able to
Right.
handle the interviews
Okay.
in that amount of time. And so
Yeah.
we would have discussion of the interviews and the selection of an OEM
Yeah.
director candidate
January 31st, I believe.
That's correct, 31st. That would work.
And that would be the entire process.
Good with that.
Unless all of a sudden everything snaps to and we'll select them on the 10th.
Yeah. In which case we can have a special meeting at any point to determine it then.
Yeah, good.
Ratify it. Okay. We have went through this and hashed this out. Do we need that as a motion? As stated, or or just as we just discussed?
I think we took acclamation here. We just discussed.
I'm good with how we discussed it.
Yes, good.
Going down.
Yeah.
I just wanted to double check with you gentlemen since we had it as consideration.
So I'm compelled to ask this question to Mr. Braden. I don't mean to insult your integrity by any means, but I'm assuming that you will do this vetting in a vacuum. Nobody's gonna come and lobby you. I can't come and lobby you for my guy.
Correct.
Or my gal or whatever that is, right? You're
Yeah.
gonna do this based on their applications in the state.
Yeah, what has been turned into me, whether that's application and resume or just one or the other, or it's the information that's been turned in by the 28th. And to this point, and this point forward, there has not been anybody that's come in and said, you should really take a good look at this guy.
Yeah.
Or anything like that, so.
To that point, I don't even actually know any of who might have applied. So
Which I think is good.
And the way I now know we had 19
process, yeah.
applicants, that's it.
First
I
time I
have
found out.
no clue.
I know about 3 people that asked, how do you apply? And I
Right.
gave them.
Yep.
So
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, sir, sorry to interrupt. I would suggest then on the 10th, let's make a decision about the interview committee.
So I thought that's part of what we discussed.
I don't know.
I think so. Let's get some of this hashed out and done.
Especially once you have a chance to look at the candidates and there might be people you want in there specifically to be able to help in that interview process based on their applications. So, yeah.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So between the 3rd and the appointment date, who will be your interim OEM director? So that.
I thought that we had that in your transition plan.
I do have that.
That's what we put forward.
So do you want to have a conversation about that?
I would say we probably do need to have a conversation about that.
Thank you,
I
gentlemen.
think, huh?
Thank you.
You're
Back in the back.
going to the back, huh?
Thanks.
She'll be back.
Boy, he got as cold a hand as everybody else.
To the Rock House. And that's not in our packet. That will be in our emails.
I thought she put in the stuff that, no, I guess not. Let me see what she put in.
Because we had. That is an email string that was started on Wednesday, December 28th at 11 a.m. And that has job descriptions, is all I'm seeing on that.
Well, I'm guessing that Adrian sent Bill this email about how he wants to move forward. Is that correct?
Yeah, I sent it to you guys.
And then
couple
you
nights ago.
sent that to us.
Mhm. It was just Adrian's transition plan. And what was gonna happen even on the 3rd of January or something, we had in there, I'm trying to find it.
So if I may, sir, I'll just share my opinions and I'll be quiet.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I don't have an issue with this. It looks like you and Bill both concur that you want to have Bill Christie be the interim. Is that correct?
Correct.
I can't support hiring anybody until we have a new OEM as an assistant or anyone else. I think we need to put a freeze on that process until we do have a new director. The new director may decide doesn't need an assistant, or he might decide he needs two. I don't know. But if we want to appoint somebody as an interim, I don't have a lot of heartburn about that.
And I'm assuming, just reading there through this document, Adrian, your last line says Bill will be conducting the CES meeting. I'm gonna assume that is you, Bill. Okay, because I got two Bills here that was involved in the same email, so I wanted to make sure it was Bill Christie, not Bill Kanda, conducting the CES meeting. So is that correct?
That's correct from this Bill C.
Yeah, you didn't want to be directing the CES meeting?
Do we know what time that meeting is?
Typically, it's 11:30,
Okay.
and for this January meeting, it's at the Round Mountain facility in the lower level, which is not Round Mountain property, but
No,
Yeah.
it's the boardroom in that building.
What's the date on that?
11th.
that's it.
Or 5th, I'm sorry. 5th at 11. 30.
It's been the first Thursday monthly historically.
And just remind me, how long have you been working with Adrian?
Too long. We first got together and started discussing things with the November CES meeting. And that was the 3rd of November. I went to that CES meeting with Adrian's invitation.
So you hadn't worked with him, you worked with him as a contract employee before that, prior to that though, right?
No.
No,
No, okay.
Okay, let me
I thought
read
you
that.
had-
Just for the record, then, since we're going through this, I'm gonna
Okay.
read his transition plan so everybody understands what Butch said.
Please do.
So I said these are the contractual and job descriptions for Bill Christie for the period that he has worked for me in 2022, and that's from 11/1 through 12/31. Bill replaced Gina Maloney, and for the new PT is the what does that PT stand for?
Part-time.
Part-time, yeah. Position approved in the 2023 budget. The part-time job description will be included as part of the MPTG application. This is in January. Still applies to the new director if one is selected, which is due on January the 12th. I should have the 2023 application ready for your signature on Friday of this week and should have the 2022 MPG fourth quarter report. So we've been through that. The OEM pickup is scheduled to go onto the shop, brake blow and all that. So he's got it out there in all its glory. We need to have a conversation on my exiting the position as Custer County OEM, and to whom my keys, radios, and other items need to be transferred. I will complete an inventory of all equipment in my possession and present that information to you and the department. As noted, if you desire, I would be happy to participate in the interview process for the new director, and I have already submitted to you a list of questions for the interview, and Ms. Coleman as well. I will be available to go over the specifics of the position with the new director. If the new director desires it, Bill Christie will move from the contractual employee as a part-time county employee on January the 1st, 2023, and it is my desire that if he serves as the interim director until the vacant director position is filled. Bill will be conducting a CES meeting on scheduled for January the 5th at the Round Mountain District Board. So we'll discuss some of that. So that sort of fits the process that we all agreed to during the budget time was to have a part-time position go to full-time. We can have him be an interim. In the meantime, and get the new director, make a decision
I think that was actually to go from contractual
to
to
part-time, yeah.
And our decision to fund that position is based on knowledge
Right, at the time,
at the time, not
that's correct,
we're gonna have a new.
right, and so that's what makes
yeah,
sense, he's there now, we can appoint him as the interim director until we get a new. And then
And a contractual employee cannot operate the OEM vehicle.
that's right,
We're only talking 30 days max, it looks like, right?
so, okay, so that's a good point, just a second here, because if there is an emergency now, he is the acting OEM.
That's correct.
He cannot go out on an OEM job and be insured and then
Not as a contractual employee.
so that's the whole reason to have him be the, as we agreed, a part-time employee, that's true.
Mr. Braden, you wanna weigh in on that?
that was gonna be my thought, because you weighed in on the emails. So
Sure.
please do, sir.
Yeah, so we've had some discussion. I think a month or two ago now, where we were talking about how do we make sure that we start cleaning up the difference between volunteers and contract. And I wouldn't say contract employees because they're not employees, they're contractors. And so they're not employees in any sense of the word with us or an employee. And so in doing that, I know Adrian's been working hard on getting that cleaned up. This email was the first time I had seen that contract with Mr. Christie as a contractor. And so and then I found out in just a conversation with Adrian around the time now, I think Tuesday this week, saying that he was going to be hiring him. And at that point, I'd asked if that had been posted or anything, which is what has been the process here. And he had said, no. My suggestion with that knowledge is that we not hire somebody unless we actually post that position. I think if we determine if it's up to, if we would like to ask Mr. Christie if he would like to extend his contract to be in that position or in that capacity anyway. I think that's prudent at this time, but to hire somebody without posting it, I think is not setting us up well. And that's a question I've asked CTSI on previous things, and their comment is always if there's any doubt to post.
Right.
And so that's my 2 cents thing.
A question for you then, sir, if we were to go that route and ask Bill if he would extend that contract and act as an interim OEM until one is decided upon and takes that position, is as an acting OEM under an extended contract, is he covered then? Is there a way to cover him liability wise?
I've not asked that specifically. I would assume no, because in the contract position, that person would be assuming all responsibilities and liabilities that happen doing that job. We don't have insurance that covers any other contractor. Only volunteers in certain cases.
Okay, yeah, I agree with Brady. Contract labor is just that. It's, you give them a 1099 for their work, but they don't get any benefits or anything else.
And typically,
And they're not insured.
we typically don't give contract employees full access to all the state
That's true.
systems.
They aren't contract employees or contract laborers. An employee does imply that they're employed or hired by the county.
So the choice would be, we'd have to make him a full, we'd have to agree to hire him as a part-time employee.
Hire him as an interim director or leave it vacant until. we
That's
fill
right,
something.
and then have him be the interim director. Which is possible to do. And then, because that position, it's a. From what we understood when you briefed that job, forget whether there's a transition or not, it's a two-man job, basically, a part-time guy and a director, is that right?
That's what it's been funded at.
Yeah.
For 2 years.
So if we select a new director and he's the interim director employee, then he would be the assistant. And at the will of the new director, he can be fired immediately, or he can be resign, or he could be on a get down the path with the new director.
Well, my assumption would be if we hired Mr. Custer or anyone else as an interim director, their job ends when we hire a new director.
That's my
End of discussion.
as the interim director.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
assistant, no nothing.
That's right. That's correct.
And then at that time, we would
He could be.
post for the assistant part-time position.
If that's what
Well,
the
that's
director.
normally, how do departments do that normally? With every one of them for an assistant, I get Brady, you did it with Lisa, then she posted it.
Correct.
And so did Dorothy for that one, or Jackie and there, so that makes sense to me.
Sure. I'm not gonna make the assumption a new director will want an assistant just because
That's
we
right.
budgeted it.
Yeah,
If he
yeah.
thinks and she thinks
Sure.
we need one, then go through
And
that
I
process.
think that's fair, and I think Bill agrees.
So I'm gonna look at you again, Braden. For an interim director, he has been in place working in that department
2 months.
2 months. Is there an issue? I guess I'm gonna look at you and I'm gonna look at Clint both to hire him as an interim director until we fill this position. I don't believe that would need to be posted at that time then, correct? On an interim basis?
And yeah, I kind of looked at Clint too. I don't know if this could be seen more as an appointment as opposed to a hiring. Or something along those lines. Because that was a question I have is if we're gonna have an interim director position, then does it not follow the same like rules as far as we need to post it for this is the interim? And I realize that's a lot of bureaucracy and everything, but that's the question that I would raise, and I'd have to check with CTSI.
Yeah, could we appoint with a salary? To me, that would be different than hiring.
Yeah.
But
I think we can appoint him.
Mr. Smith.
I still think it would be better to do it as contract labor. With a contract that's going to end upon, the hiring of a full-time appointed director. I'm not sure. Are you saying, Adrian, that as a contract employee, he's limited in what he can do other than driving the vehicle? I mean, for insurance purposes, but is there anything else that prohibits having a
Contract employees, if you're gonna have a director for your emergency management and the interim period between the time I leave and the time that you hire someone, that person has a tremendous amount of responsibility. He's acting on your behalf in many things. And so.
We have contractors that do that too, Adrian.
Yeah, needs to
We
have-
gotta get them covered by it.
These fees needs to be covered. I understand Braden's understanding. And I understand the situation that we are in. But, I wasn't planning to leave the county. Immediately. And so you need to have whatever you want to call your OEM person. You need to designate who that is. That needs to be in the system so that the state knows who they're gonna call if there's an emergency in Custer County. That person needs to have all the responsibility that I have, so that they can do their job. So this is an emergency situation.
Right. And
This
it
is
is.
a normal routine situation where we have plenty of time to think.
Right, and we're not in a position to be posting anything for months.
We are not in a position to post. You can make.
I think you had a
I do.
question online. Then
I
I'd
do
like
have one
to
online.
make a comment.
Then before I get to the one online, I think I'm gonna look at you, Bill. And we're having a long conversation based on assumptions here, and I want to ask you, would you be willing to extend your contract if it was still as a contract labor to work as a interim OEM? I'll start with that question.
Yes, not knowing all of the ramifications for contract, the grant funding for people. So I'm looking for the smoothest transition for the county for the Office of Emergency Management. I don't have any personal concerns over a 1099 versus W-2 versus official this, etc.
Okay.
So I'll just say whatever works.
We were making, in our conversation, we were kind of making some assumptions here, and I wanted to hear it from you, whether you would be willing to do that, or however we proceed with this, if you would be willing to do that. So
I'm willing to serve.
thank you.
And the other thing that goes along, we have a 2023 contract that needs to be submitted well before your hire date. And it needs to be submitted in the next 5 days. That's what I'll be working on. And I need to know what and whom to list in the contract.
Contract is for what, make it clear.
The
so-
MPG 2023. I can't not list someone in the contract.
Well, have to be.
All right, let me go on to Reggie, you on?
I am.
You have your hand up.
I did. My question was, what happens if we don't have an interim OEM? Who would step in if the county were to have an emergency? Is it an option not to have an interim? Or are we required to?
That's a question I cannot answer.
Yeah, I don't know either. I think it would be prudent to have somebody in that position. That would be my preference to it versus.
I think it should be.
Empty.
This is a different slot. This is not a.
I would think, and probably Adrian could answer it more than any of us, but I would assume that if we had no one to put in that position, then one of the neighboring counties OEMs would
That's exactly what happens.
Yeah, that's,
probably be asked to fill in that position. And if there was a need, we'd have to have a mutual aid agreement or something like that.
okay, that's what I was wondering.
It might even be simpler than that.
Yeah.
I think by OEM processes and policies, they would appoint somebody. Without.
Braden.
And I don't know the answer to this, but if I recall, Adrian, I don't know if you told me this or who I heard it from, that in some of those cases, that the sheriff is the person that steps into that position. So I don't know if that's the correct answer or not, but I have some recollection of hearing that at some point.
Could you speak to that, Adrian, or do you know?
I cannot speak to that.
I think the sheriff does by statute have an obligation to step in and handle a lot of this in the absence. My suggestion to you, just to kind of move on here, because I need to be home by 2 o'clock. I didn't think it was going to be an issue, but my suggestion is you appoint Mr. Christie for the month of January as interim director. Make it very clear it's an appointment that will expire as of January 31. You'll have to agree on what you're going to pay him for that month while he's serving in that position. I guess I don't know if that automatically qualifies him
I think
for
he,
some benefits or
I
anything.
think he should
else.
be as an employee. In order to get around that, I mean, that's easy, and we can do that and pay him a month's worth of whatever it's worth.
Well, there's a lot of
The
other
interim
things
director.
that come into play. I mean, then if for that month, he would be subject to having the withholding and everything
Sure.
else then.
Yeah, I agree. I was about to suggest a motion to appoint him as an interim director at $20 an hour for a maximum of 20 hours a week. The problem with that whole language is, what authority does he have? Can he hire and fire people? Can he? It gets a little more complicated than it would appear right on the surface.
Well, normally in anybody else's real life, you do have the authority as an interim director. And for a month or for a year, whatever.
I would hope he wouldn't run out and hire 6 employees.
Well,
No, he can't. He has to still abide by the limits and the budgets and everything else. Shouldn't be an issue.
well, I bring that up because technically he could go hire an assistant. And we'd be stuck with that because it was in the
We
budget.
can constrain that too in our appointment. If you just freeze hiring and
May I?
you got another idea?
I understand all of your concerns. I would not have recommended Bill as your interim if he was going to do the things that you are suggesting he might abuse his position. He's not going to do that. He's vetted.
I didn't say to review it.
No,
I'm just saying he'd have the authority to do that.
I think you're very wise to cover all the bases, but I would not be recommending someone who was going to do that. And I understand Braden's concern, but in an emergency, you have to act. And so you can, technically I hired him. And so I will unhire him, I guess. Because under the authority I had, I didn't, and we don't have our policies well spelled out. So a couple of suggestions is these hiring practices need to be clear. And if a manager doesn't know them, then they are not clear. And so I made a recommendation. I stand by what I wrote. It was fixed because we were in a problem in 2022, which we're still in, where the statutory employees were covered and the non-statutory employees were not covered. So we came up with a fix to that. At that time, we were working on the fix. I did not know that I was going to be hired on by another agency. And so this would not have been an issue if I was have still been here.
Then there's one other option. You could appoint the sheriff as acting interim OEM director, and the sheriff can continue the contract labor agreement with Mr. Christie to let him run the show for the most part.
True.
If you hire the sheriff, then the sheriff could appoint him. He becomes a statutory employee and he'll be covered, but he may not want to be part of the sheriff's department.
I don't think he cares.
We're overly complicating this process.
Brayden, can we just hire him part-time for 30 days?
You can, it's not precedence, and I think that's. You have every right to hire, it's just. I think that comes with possible ramifications of people saying, why did it happen this way?
Well, but that's
We get paid to do.
right. I move we appoint Bill Christie as the interim director of OEM for 1 month. End on January the 31st, and then to be looked at depending on
And I'm,
Number of hours
number
and
of hours,
salary.
the number of hours.
In your motion.
Well, it's the salary, so the number, it would be the amount of money that we care about.
and I would put contingent on the new OEM person coming on.
That's what
board,
I-
because
that's
it
what I
may
was
go
getting to.
beyond 31st, because the person may.
Because that's what I just
Have to be-
tried to say. I got interrupted, but that's true. And the salary would be, the level of responsibilities and all that, you can divide what is 50,000 a year by 12 by whatever, and that would be the salary. Which would be the hours, that could be what it is. That if you get in the responsibility, you got to pay to take the risk. And it could be less than that.
And it's not 20 hours a week.
I didn't say it was.
Could be.
Well, what are you gonna do with the other 20 hours that he's not there?
Do without. That's a discussion we've got to
But see,
have.
that's what we gotta have. I wanna make the motion. I will make it so that we can have that discussion, and it would be full-time for 1 month, not half-time. Because you don't know when there's gonna be an emergency. He's gotta be doing the grants, he's gotta put contract, whatever he's gotta do that you're not gonna be doing now if you were here. And so let's see what that cost comes out to be. At whatever the starting wage was for an OEM director that we had selected. And then let's have the discussion.
Okay, so restate your motion.
So I move that we make appoint Bill Christie as the interim OEM director to for 1 month to the end on January the 31st, provided and to be relooked at that time, pending the, I don't know how to say this.
About until we hire.
Until we hire an OEM. And we'll be looked at it in January. It's the first time we take a look. We were going to propose that we have an OEM director hired before that. Well, before that.
With respect, if you drop the parameters of the dates and just make your motion until
Till
we
we
hire
hire
an
an
OEM.
OEM. That's right.
That should
Not gonna limit it.
And did,
Hire or start?
Well, probably start until a new OEM starts. Because we
Yeah,
can hire.
new
anybody
OEM,
2
that's
weeks.
correct. Yeah, till
They
new
have to
OEM
wait
starts,
before it goes.
get hired. Okay,
did that motion have a pay rate?
yeah, it would be whatever our entry rate is for the new director. What do we post it at? What was it?
Oh,
Gave it a range from 50 to 60.
So from at 50K. Per month, 50K per year. Divide that by 12.
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
Whatever that is, benefits, et cetera.
what do you think, Rudy?
50 is the number that we had for the base there,
For a full-time
the full-time director.
director? This is an interim position.
I would suggest that the responsibilities remain the same, so. it
That's
makes
right.
sense To keep it at the same rate.
Okay, so do I have a motion out? Do I have a second? I would second that. Okay, discussion.
Well, can somebody calculate that?
416666.
4,100 and whatever it was.
166.60 or 67.
Get rid of all the sixes and just round it.
And is this going to be a full-time position with benefits?
Yeah. And that, whatever that calculates out to be,
It's in the budget.
and it's in the budget already. We're paying them, it'll be less than what we're paying Adrian now. So it fits.
And I guess my question would be then, if we have the new director come on mid-month sometime that doesn't coincide with the month end, that would be prorated, is that correct?
Sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Brady.
Has to be.
Ask a question. Braden, really? Is how, with benefits for 1 month, how hard is that to put somebody on the insurance or the
I don't know,
insurance for
that's a great.
1 month?
It's several things. It's fine. It shouldn't be, I guess, a question as far as my admin time to get that done.
Bill,
And if it helps, I'll say I'm okay with whatever. And I'm not concerned about county benefits.
That's gonna ask you, that's the next question.
So,
You got.
Yeah, by law, we have to do certain things.
Okay.
We do not have
Don't have,
to, we don't have to pay your health insurance if you decline that.
I'm
right,
just,
but you have to have X.
okay, I'm just looking for
Right.
smoothness.
The only way to get around that is go to part-time contract labor. That's what this whole discussion
Yeah,
has been.
Which would be 29 hours is the max.
That's right.
Right.
Okay, we're good.
I'll be
Alright.
quiet.
No, thank you for that input. That would be a question that I'm sure if this motion passes, Braden would ask you is what benefits are you interested in having? That's how that would be handled, so.
Easy, no dental, no health, no.
any other discussion? Braden,
I think just from the HR perspective, I would agree with what Clint's last statement was, in that I think the cleanest would be to appoint the sheriff and then for this contract to stay underneath the sheriff. I think that removes
You can't change
nearly any legal things that I foresee possibly happening, but
You cannot change the MPG contract to make that happen.
Braden had the floor for a second, okay?
and I don't know what the MPG contract or any grants that might have ramifications on. But as far as from the HR world, that's just my counsel, right? You don't have to have it.
Can I respond? Your point's well taken, and we were getting there a little while ago. I think if this was for an extended period of time, I would take your counsel. For 30 days, I'm willing to politically run the risk to say we appointed him. We didn't ask anybody, by God, we just did it. If it was long-term, I might have a little different opinion, but I hope I've made myself clear about, I don't want a bunch of unspoken expectations that Mr. Christie's gonna be the next assistant director, just because he was an interim director. I don't think he would believe that, I don't know. But I just, if we're gonna do this, I want it pretty well clarified and on the table about what we're doing and what we're not doing.
I think we already stated that we're gonna compete the position for assistant.
And I didn't agree to that. Not one bit did I agree to
I'm
that.
just saying that was what the
I
expectation.
believe that we leave that up to the new OEM. We don't have nothing to do about that. Just because Adrian wanted to hire one doesn't mean the new one's gonna want to.
I agree.
Okay, all right.
I'm not arguing that at all.
Okay, any further discussion?
Did we get a second?
Yes.
I had seconded and put us into discussion. Okay, hearing none. Seeing no hands raised. Those in favor of appointing
What's his name?
Bill, yeah, that was going away. Bill Christie as an interim OEM director until a new director is in place at the rate, prorated rate that would equal $50,000 a year. Signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. I guess I would have you get with Braden to figure out those logistics as to what benefits or anything else that you would like, if you are agreeable to that position.
Yes, sir.
And the start date.
And the start date would be
3 January, or is it 4?
1200.
Good Lord, what's your last day?
3/3.
So at noon,
3/3.
at 12:01, he's the director.
Okay,
January 3rd is your last day?
Yes.
Okay. So it started January 3rd, huh?
Yeah, 12.
Tuesday, January 3rd
12:01
at
p.m.
12:01 p.m.
12:01.
All righty,
We're gonna be without an interim for 30 seconds.
okay.
I'd like to, before we move on, if I may,
You may,
thank Mr. Christie. You've sat in here since 9 o'clock, sir. I respect that and appreciate that. Also appreciate your willingness to do whatever's right for the county. A lot of this discussion, I hope you didn't take personally because it wasn't about Bill Christie, it was about a position and what we needed to do to make the right decision. But thank you.
all right. That was part of our last item of business.
I thought that was the last.
I had,
Yeah, that
I had
was-
one thing to add to that last item of business. I think
Let me get to the law.
it's OEM, whatever.
Consideration of hiring process for OEM.
I want to thank Butch. We haven't even mentioned that. We were giving Nordyke a party and we haven't even said thank you to Butch. And I think that was a bad thing to have let happen this long because Adrian has made a significant difference in that office of OEM compared to, because we've evolved out of a small county, not doing a lot of things, and with a lot of things have gone untouched, Butch touched them all. And he made a big difference. As a matter of fact, the fact that we have 19 people applying is because of the big difference he's made. Good and bad, Butch has made good and bad differences. Not bad in a bad way, meaning that you rock boats, you make things happen, and I appreciated that. So I think we owe him a debt of gratitude, and maybe a certificate of acknowledgement on that would be good to get on a letterhead and send him down the road with something he can sign, or if he can frame, I should say.
Resolution 2000.
Not a resolution.
Well, there was discussion to have
I
an
mean,
event.
we ought to have a little
Thank you.
going away
Yeah,
lunch
but
for him or something.
That's in the works. So hadn't been decided yet.
So, but I would concur. I
Absolutely.
would publicly tell you, thank you very much and have appreciated working with you, sir.
Yeah, that will happen before he leaves.
Yeah.
I can assure you that.
Any other additional items of business?
Just-
I do have a question
Yes,
for Adrian. Based, it spurred me on your email when you said you'd have an inventory for us. If somebody walked up to me today and said, hey, tell me about the EOC trailer. All I could tell them is that it's white and it's got Custer Emergency Services or OEM written on it. I have no idea what's in it. I don't even know where it's at. I'm assuming it's still over there in your yard, but is it full of stuff? And is that,
Complete inventory.
and that's what the inventory you were talking about?
Yes.
Because when you said inventory of stuff in your possession, I thought, what you talking about?
some of that would be radio and things of that.
And
nature as well.
Equipment, keys, lots of
TV.
stuff for inventory and everything. So I do not want to leave here with,
You better leave the Custer
What
County
inventory.
pens.
This question, yeah, okay,
so
good.
inventory and everything.
In the interest of time, I will cut that short some because we still have an executive session and
Oh.
We gotta get rid of
and
it.
Clint has to leave.
I would draw a long time. Waiting for the-
I humbly apologize, sir.
We take a recess, move into executive session, but yeah, executive session
Second.
for legal advice.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor to move into executive session for legal advice. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye. And those to be present,
Yeah, since I made the motion, 3 county commissioners, the clerk and the county attorney.
and would you like to include the
Thank you, Bill.
HR?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Bill, thank you for sitting through all this.
Take care, Bill. Thank you.